Good evening, Mr. Stern. Are you able to see the agenda?
I am, sir. You ready to go?
Yes.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of
of the United States of
States of
America
America
and to the republic
for which
for
it
which it stands,
Okay.
one nation,
under
under
God,
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Call the regular meeting of the Hyde Area School District Board of Education to order at 7:02 p.m. Mrs. Wagner, roll call, please.
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers?
Here.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Here.
Mr. David Bradley?
Here.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Present.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
here,
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Here.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Here.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Here.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Here.
All present.
Just as a notice, we did have executive session this afternoon at 6 p.m. to discuss contractual, legal, and personnel issues. Move on to communications, Mr. Kleber. Oh, sorry. No, we don't want to have any presentations, correct?
That is correct. No presentations.
Okay, we go on to public comment.
Yes, we have, I believe I'm looking for,
I have Barbara Bose and I have Mr. Bradley, who have given to me earlier in the day.
do not see Ms. Bose on the attendee list at this time. Okay, so Mr. Bradley, if you want to start, and if Ms. Bose comes in, then we'll go to her.
Sure. Once again, we see gross mismanagement, obstruction, and a total lack of accountability. It's becoming more and more evident. 2 addendums were given to this board regarding hiring. One was provided at 5:07 p.m. regarding 9 hires, and one was provided just before the executive session regarding the business manager. This board has a contract to negotiate and has chosen to turn a blind eye by giving the administration their blind trust. This is wrong on so many levels. The lack of oversight from Larry, Rita, Nathan, Steve, and Wayne will probably result in selling out the public again. Or worse, a strike and then selling out the public. The fact that this contract negotiation has been instructed by these 5 is just wrong. Then moving on to related to the payment of the bills. Once again, the information provided to this board is grossly inadequate. Whereas the administration is attempting to, as they call it, do better, as they claim, right? It appears that they don't even look at what was scanned. Last month, we were told by the business manager, Denicola, that the superintendent is responsible for all the scans. The scans show many were cut off at the bottom of the page. Some were pulled sideways and angled so you couldn't see the whole document. Many of them were missing parts of the document. Right? Some appear to be scanned as if they were in portrait, but then they were scanned in landscape, cutting off half the information. The key is that the board should have oversight. They should see the bills prior to payment. The board needs to ensure the people receiving the benefits are actual employees. A lot of the information does not show who's getting these benefits, just that we're paying for them. Every dollar collected and every dollar dispersed needs to be oversought by this board. This makes the administration appear to be inept. Yes, they probably hate me for honoring my oath, and they can despise me all they want. But they still should do the job that the public has hired them to do. And this board should respect the people that elected them enough to provide the oversight that they were elected to provide. On to the taxes. On this agenda, there's a addendum, actually a resolution related to taxes, abdicating the authority to the very person this board was elected to oversee. It's a bad idea. This board should not be removing itself from the responsibility. Maybe if this board saw the harm in their policies have caused, they would think twice about taking action without being properly informed or making decisions in an unaware nature and unaware of the consequences placed on the community by their decisions. Then we have all the canceled committee meetings, and on this agenda, we see items placed for the 5 to provide their blind trust rubber stamp, yet they weren't vetted in the committee meetings. They were all canceled. These 5 silence the community when they fail to hold committee meetings and fail to ensure the students are properly supervised and fail to vet employees prior to hiring when we don't have committee meetings. I did a right to know seeking how many committee meetings from personnel were done and the minutes from those meetings. In 1 year, 0 were held. So that means this board is ignoring the responsibility of hiring. It's bad. This board, these 5 have given their blind trust, failed to have failed to have the information prior to a decision, and failed to hold their administration accountable. Makes it more and more obvious that this board allows for gross mismanagement, obstruction of lawful transparency, and a total lack of accountability. I think many of these motions on this agenda should be postponed, and I will seek that during the meeting. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I had trouble connecting. So I don't know if I was supposed to be first. On section 8, see the reports. On the motion to approve reports, there's no treasurer's report, no expenditure reports for this current school year, and no revenue report for the current school year. Is that not available?
Yes, we weren't able to pull those reports. We're hoping to have them updated as soon as we can. You'll see also as we get a business manager here, if it's approved, they will able to assist with pulling those reports, but they were not pulled for this month.
Okay.
The revenue, this is Melissa Wagner. The revenue and expenditures are in there, they're combined. So the first is 1920, and then the second set is 2021. I didn't separate them. I just got them. When I got them, I put them together. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, that's my fault.
But there is no treasury report.
Correct, but there are revenue and expenditure reports.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't scroll down far enough.
Did anybody correct the treasurer's report since the balances were not accurate from what we found, Mr. Cleaver?
No, we did not pull or adjust anything in the treasurer's report at this point.
Will the treasurer's report be put up as soon as it's able to be pulled?
Yes.
Okay, on personnel, the athletic hires. Now, I sent my questions a little bit early. Sorry it couldn't be earlier. I was wondering, what is the total cost for that?
The athletic hires are based upon the CBA agreement, which is in 1920.
Right.
So I do not have that exact cost, but I can tell you that the assistant cheerleading coach is the only one that is not an hourly, and that amount for assistant cheerleading coach, paperwork together, as per the CBA for this year, is $3,915.78.
Okay, so the other ones are hourly then?
Hourly, that is correct. Depending on the sport, on average, it could be anywhere from an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on the sport.
Is that per week or?
That's per event.
Okay. The other question I had on athletics is, did the $800,000 that you passed for busing last meeting include busing for sports?
That was all transportation.
So does that include, because we were told at a previous meeting, that parents would have to transport the athletes.
We are currently using our transportation for athletics at this time.
But we're not busing all the students that we bused last year. Okay. Why were we over budget for athletic salaries by $78,000 last year?
I would have to research that some more. I do not have that answer for you.
Okay. Under personnel again. K, the swivel monitors. Why are we having monitors for swivel?
Swivel is the program that the teachers are teaching to the students who are virtual, who are at home.
I understand that.
There is additional responsibilities with those positions above and beyond their regular. They have to make sure the students are logged in. There is more of a involvement than as if the students were in front of them.
Okay, because this wasn't mentioned before. Do you have a total cost on that?
For the swivel, if 6 teachers right now at 3 hours a week, they make $31 an hour. It's approximately $558 per week.
Okay.
Hang on one second before you go further, Barb, just to join in on that. You asked for how much. He gave you the hourly salary rate. In addition to that, this district has to pay taxes and benefits and everything. So normally the hourly rate is about half of the total value of the employee's compensation.
30%, Mr. Bradley.
Well, hold on. You got to add taxes. You got to add PSERS, right?
That's the 30%. Yes.
And then you got to add the health benefits.
Well, the health benefits, I would think, would stay the same.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
so
we use 33%. So
if
as
we
far
have-
as costs of the district, it's usually the hourly rate and approximately 30 to 33% in addition to that too. For FICA,
So it's more like,
retirement in those programs.
But yet,
So-
with the report, wait a second. But yet, the report that I was provided by the district shows a number much higher than that. Why are we saying there's two different things? You sound very obtrusive.
I don't know what report you're referring to, Mr. Brown.
Dave,
The payroll report.
Dave,
Yeah, go ahead, Barb.
Go ahead, Ms.
Sorry.
Bose. Sorry.
all right, so it's more like $41, $42 an hour.
Yes. For the districts, yes.
A parent has told me their child's teacher is using a stationary webcam to teach the class, not a swivel. Is there an issue with the swivel?
There is the swivel program, or some of them are not in yet. We're waiting for all of them to get in. They're Zooming, so they're using an iPad to Zoom at this point, as are the middle school and high school teachers. So depending on what grade level it is, it may be.
I think he's second grade, but I can't be.
Okay, then it may be, yeah, we're probably, there's one of the classrooms that we're waiting for all the swivels to come in. Some of them are backward.
Okay. Now on section 10 miscellaneous, Rebecca Carpowitz, will she also be the administrative assistant?
No, that is just for the responsibility that the board secretary has temporarily.
Okay. On the MOU with Pathstone, is there a cost to the district for that?
It depends on the amount of students that they service.
So we have, there probably will be a cost because there will be employees that will have to go to meetings, etc. But we don't know what that'll be.
Right, that is correct, depending on the number of meetings and the number of responsibilities that they have.
So that's open-ended at this point.
Yes.
There's no even ballpark.
No, there is not. And this is something we have to do every year, required by law.
Okay. I just don't remember it prior to, but it may have been there.
And if you look at, it breaks down what the responsibilities are for the district and also Head Start.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, yeah.
I did look at that. Okay, on B, under that same section, number 705, you are instituting a workplace safety committee. And it said that they have to take minutes, etc. Will those minutes be provided to the board?
We do not, those safety committee meetings are not public because they discuss individuals as far as workers' comp and those type of things as well.
I understand
Injuries.
that, but would that be provided to the board if there's something that should be?
If there was information required from that, yes.
Okay, the application for the flexible instruction days with the PDE. Only the template was available for review.
It's the template just to see for us to apply. Once we apply and if approved, then we would have to submit a template because it's by subject area. So this is for approval to apply for possible flexible instructional days.
I thought that the email said to apply and then let them know when it was passed.
Right, we will send it to them, yes. We'll send all that to them.
Okay, so you haven't sent anything yet.
No, not until the notes and the board has given us the okay.
Okay, now on the first addendum, do we have any idea of the cost for that?
For the extracurriculars,
Yeah,
yes, we had $21,247.69.
and was that included in the $655,000 slated for that?
Right, if you look at it, I'm sorry, how much? I don't,
Well, for student activities, there was $655,000 in the budget, which would include sports and all the extracurriculars.
right, that is part of that, yes. And many of those programs we are not offering. The total amount, if we did everything, would be approximately $106,539.
A lot of money. All right, I only saw addendum 2 slightly before the meeting, and then I had issues connecting. Couldn't open my email. Are we hiring a temporary business administrator?
The contract, if approved, would be with PASBO. So that interim business administrator would be actually contracted with PASBO. So the district would pay PASBO that $62.50 an hour. However, the district would use a reimbursable expense for the individual's tolls and mileage.
Right, so it would be more than that.
Yes.
Any idea how many hours a week that would be?
Well, we're not going to exceed 20 hours a week. That's
Okay.
in the motion. Yeah.
And also, has anybody applied for the position? And if so, why haven't there been interviews?
We had reposted it. We had very little response. It's actually been posted three times. Currently, we have gone through paper screening. We are planning to interview individuals this week, hoping to bring more information to the board for a recommendation.
And will there be a special meeting once that is decided?
We'd have to see, depending on, the successful candidate. I would hope that the interviews go well. We have a recommendation that we could bring a special meeting to the board, also include the assistant to the superintendent secretary's position as well. We're in the process of doing those interviews too.
Okay, because we've known about Patty leaving for a while, and
We posted right away, and unfortunately we did not have a lot of applicants at first, but we kept posting it and reached out to several organizations, and we had it's the second and third time we posted, we had several more applicants.
well, of the ones that you received right away, was no one qualified?
We were very limited at that point.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
Back to your original question, Barb. I just ran the math on salaries total for the district according to our budgets and stuff. We're in that $16 million in total cost for personnel. It's closer to $29 million. So it's about an 82% difference between the salary and the actual cost to the district. Thank you. And why do we have a business manager that's only going to be interim of 20 hours when we had a full-timer before?
Okay, Mr. Stern.
We'll move on to communications.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. The superintendent's report, I just wanted to, bring to the attention, we did have the start of school. I have to commend the students, the staff, and everyone involved for a less than normal by all standards beginning to the school year. The kids have been great. The staff has really been working with us. We continue to do our due diligence to keep everyone safe. But I just wanted to really send kudos to the students who are absolutely doing a fantastic job with keeping their masks on, following the regulations we have set in place, following the guidelines within the buildings as far as moving throughout. I've had positive reports from bus behavior. You talk to the staff at any time, the first thing they say is how well the kids are adapting to everything. But I just wanted to thank everyone for that information, and also wanted to thank the board and everyone too for working through the reopening plan and answering the questions and trying to make the beginning of the school year as normal as possible. But we continue to work with CDC, the Department of Health, to try and improve the health and safety for our students and staff. And throughout the year we'll continue to do that. But again, it was just important for me to say thank you to everyone involved and to thank the parents. I know there's been several communications sent out regarding traffic flow, bus pickup, lunch pickup. There's a lot of information that's going out to the parents. But again, everyone has responded very well, from the administration to the staff to the parents, and especially the students. Again, I just can't help but emphasize how impressed everyone is with how they're handling this and how they've adjusted to everything. Also, I did want to bring up to the board, we did talk about the cost for right to know appeals, and I wanted to keep that at the forefront, because again, these are expenses that are not budgeted. This past month, we have had appeal costs of $6,588.80 and an additional $1,808 in appeals. And I just, wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, because again, these are not costs that, we have projected when we completed our budget, but they are extraordinary. And I don't know if Mr. Filer wants to add to that with the right to know appeals, to give the board an update of where we stand with those.
So far, all of the right to know request appeals have been answered. We did get a request for additional information on one of them. We've gotten multiple answers or opinions back. All of the appeals so far have been denied. But again, as you said, Mr. Kleber, the expenses is out of hand. It's something that should be done.
And that concludes
I
my
suggest that you mentioned something should be done. I'll make a suggestion, and I'd like to make a motion to make sure that it's very reasonable. I think that the district should release all the pertinent financial documents available under the right to know law to the board of directors for their oversight. If I can get a second to the motion, it's very simple. I'll make it even easier, because we've already passed this motion once, and I'd like to pass it again, because these appeals are a direct result of the board's inability to hold the administration accountable to the directions of the board. So here's the motion.
Several appeals.
I understand, but
I've asked you what documents you were looking for,
Thank you.
and you refused to tell us.
I will be very simple. I make a
In
motion.
addition
You could provide what you're looking for, and I would get it for you.
And also too, I
Not your
just want to add
responsibility. It's
too,
the
with
responsibility of the right to know officer. But let's
when
start.
the Office of Open Records even suggests that the appeal has been met based upon the information they have, you still continue to file things. Is that correct, Mr. Filer?
Yeah. So if they give the information prior to the filing,
That's
there will
correct,
be no
Mr. Cleaver.
responsibility. So
Thank you. I have no further comment.
I do. Here's the motion. If I can get a second, it'd be great. We did this once before. It passed 9-0. We'd like to do it again because we have not been able to provide this information to the board. There is a section under the Pennsylvania School Code called Section 518. It's the responsibility of the board to retain records, financial records, for review by any auditor or director. It is the director's records that the administration, the subordinate administration, holds for the directors. It's called Section 518. I move, second time here, I move that the board of directors hold the administration accountable to release the Section 518 records to all the directors and make them amicably available to the directors. Can I get a second on
Bradley,
that
section
motion?
518 references 6 years, reference a non-exclusive list, and you've made that request numerous times.
And we
I
actually
have
passed
filed
that motion.
objections saying that right to know requests cannot require legal research. So you cannot make requests that ask for documents that are preserved pursuant to a statute. Now, I asked you in that request specifically what documents you wanted, and you refused to tell us.
And once again, I will make the motion since you don't seem to understand the concept.
I don't seem to understand what specific documents you were asking for.
Skip the right to know law, sir. You waste our money, you waste our time. So it's
No.
very simple. They're listed under Section 518. They're the documents that are the financial record of this district, and this district is in financial trouble. So it was simple. It was already passed by this board, 9-0, that we should have amicable access to these records as directors. The fact that this administration has blocked that is costing you
What
guys a lot of
documents were
money.
blocked?
The Section 518 documents are very well listed.
What documents under section 518 were you not provided?
Would you like to have a list, or can we just move forward with this?
I
motion?
would like you to have a list. I asked you 3 times for it.
Give me 30 seconds. I'll pull up the list. Thank you. But I'd like to move forward with that motion. Can I get a second on this motion? It'll be the second time we passed it. We just need to actually hold this administration accountable for it, saving everybody a ton of money. Can I get a second on that motion, please?
Where the hell am I?
Motion fails for lack of second. We'll go on to approval of minutes. I have a motion and a
Since we don't-
second.
wait, hold on a second, Larry.
Second to
Larry?
approve the minutes of
Larry?
the August 24th,
Hey, Larry?
2020 regular meeting.
Hey, Larry, since the motion failed that we didn't get a second, can we just hold
So moved.
those? Can we
So
just hold, Larry?
I'll second
Larry,
it.
you don't
My
have to-
phone
too
wasn't
late.
working.
Too late, Gail, but hold on. Can we just hold the administration accountable to the one that was already passed a couple months ago so that we can just make sure we see these 6 years of records, whichever ones we want to see? So if I want to look at 6 years worth of PP&L bills, 6 years worth of Lehigh Electric bills, we can pull up, do a recording, check it out, find out where the trend is, and look for ways to save this district some money. That's what board of directors do. Larry, can we just hold the government accountable, the administration, the subordinate administration accountable to what this board has already decided so that we can have access to these, so we don't need to do any right to knows at all? Can we please do that, Larry? What would I need to do that, Larry? Larry, can we?
We have a motion and a second on the floor on the approval of minutes. Any comment on those minutes? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner on the minutes.
Sure. Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yeah, no. No.
no, okay. Mr. Larry Stern,
Yeah.
so I have 7 yes, 2 no, motion carried.
On the financial matters, Mr. Secretary, could you please advance the agenda?
While he's doing that,
Second,
Larry,
approve Lehigh Area High
Larry,
School
while he's doing that, I have the,
August
Larry?
2020.
Larry? Hey, Larry? While he's
So
moving the
moved.
agenda forward, I have the Section 518 It reads, retention of records, every board of school directors shall retain as a permanent record of the district the minute book, each annual auditor's report, and each annual financial report. All other financial records of the district, including, here's the key here, financial account books, orders, bills, contracts, invoices, receipts, and purchase orders shall be retained by the district for a period of not less than 6 years. Records may be retained as recorded or copied in accordance with another statute within the Pennsylvania law. So, Mr. Filer, I don't understand what you miss on that, but that's basically what we need
We
to do.
provided that to you.
Actually,
You said we
have
didn't
not
provide
provided-
everything. We asked you what documents you were missing.
The 518 document, sir. It's very simple.
You are talking circularly, sir.
You think that, but when you read the word orders, bills, contracts, invoices, receipts, and purchase orders, I haven't received many of them. So I think you should give access to your board so they can look at the financial records, because they constantly spend millions of dollars blindly without any oversight to the administration. And we've already passed this motion. We're supposed to be doing this. The fact that our administration does not do it, and the fact that our board has passed it to give us amicable access and then ignored their own policy after they already passed it to hold this administration accountable. Yeah, this board's inept. Thank you.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller and a second by myself on the approval of the activities funds. Any questions on those? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley.
Abstain. We were not able to verify that information.
Okay. Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
yes,
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
I have 8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to item B, need a motion and a second to approve the payment of bills for August 2020. Include general fund, manual checks, payroll, food service, and debit card for a total of $3,409,382.50. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
By Mrs. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on those bills?
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this motion because the lack of information provided to this board shows that this board is making an uninformed decision. They were not only not provided the payroll information, but many of the documents provided to this board were not copied properly. Therefore, most of the information was missing from the information provided to this board. If anyone can prove me wrong, go for it. But I'd like a second on the motion to postpone the payment of bills until such time that the administration is held accountable and provides us that information so that we can do our job properly. Can I get a second?
Any comment from the board on the motion?
Yes, I think it's very irresponsible. Gross mismanagement and obstruction for us as a board to not have information prior to making a decision. The accountability is becoming more and more evident, and we need to be accountable to our people, and we need to have this administration accountable to this board. It's disgusting to watch you guys work.
Public comment?
One more. I know you hate me because I bring it up and I rub your nose in it. But the reality is, do the job, Lar. Come on. Your neighbors are counting on you. Please, don't worry about Dave bringing it up that we should see these things before we pay them. Just know that you need to see them before you pay them. Every dollar collected, every dollar dispersed. That's our job. Stop hating me so much because I'm the one that shows you that you're not doing your job, tells you that your wife's boss not doing his job, and we're not holding them accountable. I mean, end it. Just do the job, man. It's costing this district thousands and thousands of dollars to not have any oversight of what's taking place within this government. And it's government. You guys all get mad about government up in the federal side. Here we are locally, and you guys aren't even looking at the bills before you decide to pay them, and it's millions of dollars. You can't even tell me whether or not every person that you're paying a payroll check to actually is an employee of this district or not. And I saw the bank statements. They don't match the treasurer's report. And I saw the bank statements, and they show that you and Nathan have a rubber stamp, a physical rubber stamp that you gave to this administration to apply to every check that goes out. This is horrible. End it. Resign. Stop it. Protect your neighbors. Protect these students. All right, I'm off my rant. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. You can hate me again now.
That's from the public. I believe I see Ms. Zavalowski's hand up, but I'm not sure that she wants to speak on this topic.
Autumn? I'm not sure. If she raises her hand again, Mr. Stern, I'll go back to her.
Okay, then we need a roll call vote on the postponement of the payment of bills. Ms. Wagner?
Sure. For the postponement of payment of bills. Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes, postpone.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, we should have the information first.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No.
Mr. Larry Stern?
No.
So I have 4 yes, 5 no, motion denied.
Back to the original motion to pay the bills. Ms. Wagner, roll call vote?
Sure.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Are you going to pay all 3,409,382 or just the ones you have seen? All right, I'll try it again. I make a motion that we separate the bills only to the ones that we have seen and pay those. Can I get a second on that motion, please?
So motion open.
Second.
We already have a motion on the floor with a first and second. That motion proposed by Mr. Bradley and Mr. Malik not be recognized.
That was the first motion was postpone all of them. Now we're just going to postpone the ones you haven't seen. I think it's fair to recognize that we had a 5-4 vote. There's a lot of this $3.4 million that you haven't seen that you're approving. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. We made a motion to only pay the ones we've seen and not the other ones. We already have a motion and a second. Please honor that motion, Mr. Stern. Open the public and see if they agree, and then move on with your vote. Get your 5-4, rubber stamp the administration. Give them your blind pride. Hate me some more. Go ahead. But I need you to do the job and call this motion and call the vote to see if we're going to pass bills and pay bills that we haven't seen. Thank you.
That motion, as I stated earlier, is still recognized. We need a roll call vote on the motion to pay the bills, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay, motion of payment of bills.
I'm sorry, Larry.
Mr.
Are you
Richard
skipping
Belts?
this other motion? Hold on, Larry. Are you skipping this motion?
On the advice of
Under
counsel,
Robert's Rules of Order, are you going to skip a motion in a second
Mr. Bradley? on
Yes,
the
sir.
advice of council, I have the opportunity to stick that motion. Yes.
Okay,
Shameless,
payment
sir.
of bills.
Shameless.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
yes,
Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli, Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 5 yes, 4 no, motion carried.
On to item C, need a motion and a second to approve the following reports: expenditure report, expenditure by object report, and revenue summary. We understand that it is no treasurer's report this month, and that will be published as soon as possible. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Well, before you get to a motion,
Second by Nathan.
Go ahead. Got your motion in a second? Good. Get the rubber stampers out here. We still have this budget report, or the board summary report of expenditures, and the current budget is apparently not listed on this report, or if it is listed, we're still going negative on our budget, and we're only in September. Can someone please confirm whether or not the information on these reports that you're ready to pass are accurate or fictitious? Larry, can you please check that for me? Because it looks like it's fictitious, or it looks like you're overspending your budgets. Which one is it? Pick expenditure report, enclosure 4. Shows you're $700,000 under budget. Because you don't have anything under your current budget. Shows you're over budget by $24,000.
This report was generated, Mr. Bradley, this report was generated as of August 31st of 2020.
Correct. Are we going to correct them, or are you going to just approve them the way they are?
Mr. Cleaver, can you confirm that as of August 31st, Mrs. Denicola had not uploaded the budget into the system?
Yeah, this information was, again, produced as of August 31st. This was, completed by Ms. Denicola. So I would have to go through and double check to see. I know in the past there's been, depending on information that is in there, there's been budget transfers that have been required, whether it be by object, but I will confirm that this, to answer your question, yes, this was completed by Ms. Denicola at that time, but I will also like to say that this report, when you look at object codes and different things, there's transfers that are made sometimes on a monthly basis, and if they need board approval, then board action will be required.
So once again, now that we have a motion and a second, we're realizing that these reports are nowhere near accurate in the least. And we can blame it on the now past business manager, like the last
Sir Bradley,
business
we're
manager
not blaming it on
the
anyone.
one before that.
We're just explaining to you
why
the
they're not
information
accurate.
that is presented.
Yeah, we're right. We're explaining why they're not accurate.
This report was again produced from the information we had in the system.
Which is inaccurate.
Can you clarify which
one more
report
time.
you're referring to specifically?
Who's that, Nathan? Nathan, Treasurer, you're speaking up? What do you have to say, Nathan?
I'm wondering which reports you're referring to specifically.
The expenditure report, expenditure by object report, and the revenue summary report. They're the ones that are on this motion to be approved. Missing the treasurer's report, your report that you're supposed to provide to us as our treasurer. I love that you spoke up, Nathan. Where's your report, the treasurer's report of the bank statements showing how much money we have in the account and whether or not they match and close out from the month before? So yes, I'm looking for accurate reports prior to approval, heaven forbid.
The
hate
report
me.
that I'm seeing shows the budgeted amount for the year and the budget revenue for the year. Currently, we have spent more than we have received. As the bulk of the tax revenue is not in. Yes, there is a negative balance shown at the bottom. What I can see, that report appears to be correct.
Yeah, but what you didn't recognize, regretfully, but it's nice. Thanks for speaking up. Reason for your resignations requests, but here you go. Apparently, the current budget that you're looking at on that report is not accurate. They're fictitious numbers. They don't match the budget that we have. She never put them in. Granted, the guy before that might not have put them in. Somebody didn't put them in. They're not in the report. Therefore, the report's inaccurate. It's fictitious. And as your illustrious president says, we're not going to do that anymore, but here we are doing it. It's kind of like seeing the Section 518. We're going to make sure we can see them, but then we're not going to let anybody see them. It's kind of like the treasurer's report that we're going to have them, and we're going to get the bank statements so we can make a match, yet they don't match. Mismanagement, gross incompetence. Please do not pass these budgets. I'm going to make a motion, now that we know that they're bad, that they should be fixed prior to being passed. I make a motion that we fix these reports so that our public that hold us accountable have accurate information. Can I get a second on that motion to get these fixed so that they can be passed?
Again, I already have a motion on the floor.
I know, but I'm asking for, we had a discussion, and during that discussion, we realized that these reports are not accurate. No one did their job. And before you just shove them through, we have a public that we have the accountability to serve. So I'd like to make a motion that we get them fixed before we pass them. Can I get a second on that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you, Gail. Appreciate it. Larry, come on, man. You can play games all you want, but you have the public that you have to be held accountable for. We have an oath of fidelity. The report should be right. I mean, come on, look at what's going on here. You have a guy in a meeting telling you to correct reports before you pass them, telling the treasurer to turn in his work at the end of he gets paid, turn in his work at the end of the month so we can see whether or not the money in the bank is still there, that nobody took it, that it's not missing, that it didn't go somewhere else.
Just for clarification,
somewhere along the line.
There is no payment for treasurer.
Actually, there is, sir, but it's okay.
There is not.
Yes, there is. He gives it to the library every year. He's very generous. I think it's awesome.
We have not approved that. That is incorrect.
Oh, it is incorrect? You're telling me we don't pay our treasurer?
That is correct. We do not. Again.
Oh, okay. So he's a volunteer not doing his job. I don't really care. I care that the job gets done, man. Maybe, you know what? Let's give him $1, make him do his job, and then have him show up to the meeting with the job done. We don't have to ask for his resignation. We don't have to rant and rave about a report. Come on, man. The report should, I mean, seriously.
And I had a motion and a second on the floor. The motion by Mr. Bradley and Mr. Mahalik is unrecognized.
It is not right. It is recognized. We did recognize it. We have a motion and a second.
Sure, so we have a motion by Mrs. Spinelli and seconded by Mr.
Now we have a
Fuller
motion and a second.
for the reports.
The reports are inaccurate and they should be fixed first, Larry. Don't shove this through. Don't be a rubber stamper.
Mr. Stern, may I just say something? Mr. Bradley, first of all, how do you know they're inaccurate? Second of all, when reports are published for the end of the month, that's the accounting report. What happened that month? It may not match the bank statement at all because the bank statement doesn't know what our expenses were. All the bank statement knows is what checks were cleared and what checks were not cleared. So it's not going to match the bank statement. And I'm very curious as to why you think they're fictitious.
Okay, so the first answer, thank you, Rita. Thank you. Because you're now going to have to agree that we should have this vote prior to Larry pushing it through, because your superintendent told you that they were inaccurate, if you were listening, because the business administration,
Excuse me, Mr. Bradley, please understand, I did not say they were inaccurate.
Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
There was no, you're making comments and suggestions.
You're saying that they wasn't put in the system, and these are coming out of the system.
Correct.
Wait, you said that they weren't put in the system properly, and therefore this is just kicking the can down the road because it wasn't done. And therefore,
I don't remember anybody saying that.
Okay, well, let's try again then. They're inaccurate because the information was not placed in the system properly. So crap in, crap out is the way you deem that. It's wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. Larry,
And I've
push it
been
through.
listening to
Rita,
crap in
the
and
reason-
crap out for the
and
last
Rita-
couple minutes.
Rita, when you say that the ending balance in an account is X on a day of X, the account should match the bank statement. That's how you balance a checkbook. To not balance a checkbook would be incompetent.
You're not balancing a checkbook.
I didn't say you
Mr.
were.
Bradley. This
I didn't
just
say you were,
shows
Rita.
your
You don't-
total ineptness at understanding fund accounting and how it works. You are not balancing a checkbook. You're showing expenses and revenue for a certain period. It doesn't match the bank account, and anybody can tell you that.
Read, I agree. I agree with that. But the treasurer's report, Rita, follow the conversation. Come on, follow the conversation. The treasurer's report has an ending balance on an account. That should match the ending balance of a bank statement. On the fund accounting, if it says current budget of X, it should be part of our current budget. Apparently, they didn't put it in the system. So not putting it in gives these directors crap reports. And crap in, crap out. You guys are voting on it with not even reading them or knowing that it's not accurate. And then Larry shows up in a meeting and says the numbers that he was provided were fictitious. He's upset about it. He signs the budget without even acknowledging the fact that the information was inaccurate. And it goes month by month. Now, you have a guy...
Timeline that you were describing, Mr. Bradley,
I'm
is in it.
describing your meeting.
I did not sign a budget prior to the years when Mrs. Denicola was here.
I
So
didn't say you did.
therefore,
I didn't say you
my
did.
numbers were, my name was not on those other budgets that were driven out of budgeted budgets, not actual budgets. So thank you very much. I'd like to clarify that situation.
Okay, so you're telling me you didn't sign the 2018-2019 final budget?
I signed them for Mrs. Denicola.
I know, but bear with me now. Did you sign the 2018-2019 budget? On June 25th, 2018. Documents up on the screen. Yes or no, sir? Please give me your testimony. Is this meeting being
can't
recorded?
recall.
Just trying to follow. Where are we? Just making sure we're losing track of the meeting.
You're not losing track. The reports should be accurate before
Where
it
are
gets to
we?
this board. If they're not, they should be rejected by
We are
this
looking
board.
at motion C, correct?
You're looking at motion C. These reports should be accurate prior to getting to the board. We have a motion and a second that says get them fixed before you vote on them. Larry's trying to hide that motion from being voted on and rush through a rubber stamp on reports that we now know are not accurate. So you got two choices. You can continue with your bully pulpit and rush through without voting on the concept of they should be fixed first and then just vote on them anyway. And I'll concede you can do either one.
You know, speaking of
point's been
fixing
made.
them, I've added up the numbers at the bottom. I do see a small difference between the budget total shown on the expenditure report and the budget we passed. It's off by 0.06%. I'm of the opinion that we should move forward. When we hire an interim business manager, ask them to look into and find out where that missing 0.06% is and correct the report going forward.
That's only the one report, sir. And the other part is the
I asked you specifically, and I don't believe I ever got an answer. Let's move forward with a vote.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, are you the treasurer?
How about a roll call on the acceptance of the reports? You can vote yes or you can vote no. Roll call, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. David Bradley?
No.
Sorry, David.
Mr. David Bradley?
I said no.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
I said no.
Yes.
Yes. I did hear Mr. Bradley's no. Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
No.
Ms. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No.
Mr. Richard Belts?
No.
Mr. Larry Stern?
I abstain.
Okay, so I have 4 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention, so motion, I would believe that's denied. Or doesn't pass?
Can we please get them accurate so that we can show up at these meetings and actually accomplish something?
Yes, Mr. Bradley, that will be a goal. Absolutely. On item D, I need a motion and a second to approve the exemptions from the per capita and or occupational tax per the attached list, enclosure number 5.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Bradley. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Ms. Fidelity, any discussion on that? Item D? Roll call vote, Wagner.
Sure. Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Abstain.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
So I have 8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to item E, I need a motion and a second to refund the following occupational and per capita taxes via the list of 1 through 4.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first by Mr. Holland and a second by Ms. Spinelli, I believe. Any comments on item E? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay. Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Abstain.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to item F, I need a motion and a second to approve the following bid on a property that is in the county's repository for unsold properties. Bid of $850 for a property map number 83B-38-A84.02. Motion, second.
So
So
moved.
moved, Wayne. Second, Wayne.
Okay, I have a first by Mr. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. Comments on item? Hearing.
Okay. Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On to item G, I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution 20/2021-02 to update Berkheimer and appoint the superintendent and or accountant as its authorized representatives to make requests. Enclosure number 6.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
I have a first by Mrs. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any comment on item G?
Since Rita and Nathan have put this motion forth in front of this board, can they please explain what's taking place on this motion and why that they sought this board to approve it?
I certainly will tell you, Ms. Denicola is no longer here. So someone has to be able to communicate with Berkheimer, and we're appointing the superintendent or an accountant, someone who works in the office to do that. Is that correct, Mr. Cleaver?
Yes, that is accurate. Our business manager and assistant business manager are no longer here with us. So myself and actually Melanie, the accountant, would be the individual who would be making contact.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, I think it's great. I appreciate someone actually knew what they were voting on. This is awesome. So the question is, we lost both our business manager and assistant So Danicola, we understand. Who is the assistant that left?
That position was eliminated.
Yeah, but who was the last assistant that we had? I mean, isn't Tina Champ still with us or not?
No, where have you been?
I'll get you with. Hold on. So when she got replaced and this other person got replaced, nobody had this redundancy in line, and we're solving this now.
That position was not replaced. That position was eliminated, Mr. Bradley. All those discussions we had, if you remember.
I understand. My question to this board is, how are we vacant of this accountant till now? You lost Tina before. When she left, we didn't replace her. Saved money, right? And then you're losing your business manager. You want to hire an interim person, right, from PASBO and bill travel fees and everything else. And we can't run a finance committee meeting. We can't get the bills straight. We can't get the reports straight. We have no backup. We have no bench on our team. I find that a tell to a problem within a community, a government agency. Does anyone else see that as an issue? Separate from
I see a lot
voting
of
on it.
things as an issue, Mr. Bradley, but I don't see them the way you do.
Thank you.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 9 yes, motion carries.
On to item H, need a motion and a second to accept the donation of $2,195 from the Lehighton Area Middle School PTO to be used for middle school online educational resources. Motion second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
First by Mr. Weinstein, second by Mr. Holland. Any discussion, further discussion on item H? As with all donations, Mr. Cleaver, I expect a letter of thanks will always sent to the donors.
Yes, we will be definitely sending them a letter of thanks for all the donations.
Thank you. Hearing no more comment, Ms. Wagner?
Okay, Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes, and thank you.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes. Walton.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
On to item I need a motion and a second to accept the donation of school supplies from donorschoose.org for the middle school art program for the 2020-2021 school year. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first by Mrs. Spinelli and a second by Mr. Bradley. Any comments on item I?
I have one comment. I was looking at this donorschoose.org. It looked like this came from our teachers, which I greatly respect and think they're doing a fantastic job. But I was surprised that they had to go out to the public and ask for a donation when this district should take care of our students without our teachers begging the public for money for art programs. We should be supporting our students. I don't understand how this budget got passed with so many increases on salaries, benefits, and things, and yet our poor kids are not getting what they need, to the point that the teachers don't even come to the board and say, hey, we need more things. They went out in the public and begged to get this stuff, which is awesome. I really commend them. We have great staff. We have some of the best teachers out there. And I'm just disappointed, and I hope that changes quickly with the resignation of 5 people that don't do their job.
Roll call vote, Mr. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. O'Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes, thank you.
9 yes, motion carries.
Personnel, I need a motion and a second to approve the attached list of candidates 2021 sub list pending clearances and closure number 7.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
Okay, first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland. Any discussion on item A?
We haven't had a single personnel committee meeting apparently for almost a year and a half now. Is that statement accurate? Who's on the personnel committee?
Mr. Bradley, that statement is accurate. As we said before, you may not agree with the procedures of interviews and recommendations being made. However, that does not mean that we do not take time to interview individuals.
I think the board's just, it appears that the board's just completely blind to that process until it gets to a board meeting where some recommendation comes from somebody. It doesn't even list who the recommendation is coming from to this government agency. The lobby to say, I recommend, isn't even listed. And yet there's no personnel committee meetings. I mean, that whole standing committee has been ignored and eradicated just to block people from peeking their eye and having some lawful transparency to it and a little bit of oversight. I find this telling that we live in a government oppressed system. Larry, did anyone on our board review any of these people other than a name on a piece of paper? Did anybody look at their resume? Did anyone look at anything? We were giving nothing more than a name on a paper. At least that's all I was given. Did anybody else on this board get any other information on these individuals that apparently may or may not have even passed their background checks yet prior to this motion showing up on the board? Anybody get anything? How about tell us what you got? Let's roll call that. Gail, did you get anything? Joy, Richard?
No, no.
No, Dave, I know nothing about these hires.
Nothing.
Rita, did you? How about you, Nathan? Larry?
Given this is so important, I sure hope Mr. Bradley reached out before the meeting to request some additional information that he feels is so urgently necessary.
For a year and a half, for a year and a half, yes, I've been reaching out, asking for this information because you constantly, as a board of 5, constantly block transparency. You have a responsibility to hire and abdicate it to the subordinate administration without no more depth of insight than a name on a piece of paper. Sad. Sad. If you read Auditor General's reports, you'd realize not a good way to provide oversight. Sad. Very sad, sir. But yeah, anybody else read it? Did you get anything on these people? I mean, Wayne, right? Do you know anything about these people? Steve? Larry, tell me you at least saw the resume. Tell me we're hiring the best because we saw the resumes, we saw the lack of number of people wanting to get the job. It's a public servant. It's a public service job, right? These are public employees for the public. Tell me we got something. Tell me that the public has an opportunity to comment prior to hiring these people. Or just tell me you're going to resign for not doing your job.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure.
Wait, I expect an answer. Larry, I'd love to have an answer. If you got nothing, just say it. Tell the people that you're not doing your job. Wayne, Steve, just say it. You're loud. You're in a public meeting. I'm calling you out. Tell us, come on, did you guys, anybody get anything other than a name on a paper? Please, prove me wrong.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Do we want to postpone this, Larry? I mean, you run the meeting. You could postpone this until you got some
I
information.
tried to run a meeting, but I
I know,
confidently
but
did.
do you want to postpone this?
As I said, roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
You don't want to postpone this?
Sure, hiring of substitutes. Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Abstain.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No, because the board was not involved.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 6 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions, motion carries.
On to item B, I need a motion and a second to approve the athletic hires for the 2021 school year, enclosure number 8.
So moved.
Hold on.
Steve.
Second, Wayne.
First by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz. Comments?
Same as the last one. Somebody, anybody. There was no athletic committee meeting. There was no vetting, no review, nothing provided to the board. Then a list of names on a piece of paper. Now I respect the athletic committee, right, and their subordinate, Mr. Kyle Spots, who works within the district as a public employee. I trust the recommendation. I trust that they would have done that job. There was no meeting. Kyle does a great job with athletics. I'm a little concerned about his buildings and ground stuff, but Kyle's awesome at athletics. Did he recommend these people? Did Wayne recommend these people? Who recommended these people? Because there was no meeting. And how come that's not on this board prior to approving them? I mean, you guys are blind again. Is Kyle in this meeting? Kyle, can you respond? I mean, did anybody, please, somebody tell me something prior to these hires? Somebody.
The recommendations for athletic hires has come from the athletic director.
Where does it say that until you just told us that? Because I don't trust you. Is it anywhere? Is it in the motion? Is it on this piece of paper? Because it doesn't say it on the paper and it doesn't say it in the motion. And they didn't have a committee member, right? So no committee meeting. And with his recommendation, did he turn in their resumes and say how, is he, hey, I recommend this guy. I've known him for this long. He does this job. Here's his background. Here's his skills. Here's his background check. Here's his availability to make sure these students are supervised when they're.
Mr. Bradley, do you understand what a game manager is?
Larry, as a head coach in high school.
Do you
yes.
understand what a game manager is?
Yeah, yes, Larry. I was a head coach inside a high school, boys and girls, sports. Yes, I know what a game manager is.
Where and when?
Still important to make sure that you pick the right
Where and
people.
when?
Sorry, say that again?
Where and when?
Okay, that's an ad hominem argument, but I'll give it to you. Penridge High School, and I'm going to say, let me see, I'm pretty old, so go back to the late 80s, early 90s. Took our kids to states, had a great time. Love winning. Very aggressive background on boys and girls. It's amazing the difference between coaching boys and girls,
Do you understand what a game manager is?
I fully understand what a game manager is. Larry, do you understand what
Very
your job
good.
is as a board of director to oversee people before you hire them? Do you understand what you're supposed to do as a manager?
You've been on the board how many years and you've never seen these names as game managers before?
Larry,
David.
I'm tired of you not doing
David,
your
I'm
job.
tired of you too. Thank you very much.
You're
Roll
not doing
call
your
vote,
job.
Mrs. Wagner.
You're not doing your job. Resign.
Sure, athletics. Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain, lack of information. Our board president
Mr.
failed
Nathan
to do his
Fuller?
job.
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Abstain.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes, and could Bradley please spell the name of the high school he coached at?
Sure,
Ms. Joy
sure,
Beers?
Mr. Wait, hold on. Okay, sorry,
go
Wayne.
ahead.
No, lack of board involvement.
Okay. Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 6 yes, 1 no, 2 abstentions, motion carries.
On to item C, need a motion and a second to approve the team leader, department heads, and grade level leader hires for the 2021 school year. Enclosure number 9.
So moved by Nathan.
Second.
Wayne.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on item C?
Same one for every other hire that we had. Can we please get the board to be involved in the most critical part of this district, which is its teachers and its people? And it's through those great people that we provide great students. And we're going to increase our grades of our students and opportunities for our students, right? We can diversify their opportunities within the community because we're going to actually do our job as a board of directors overseeing hiring of the most critical and most expensive part of this district, the staff, who are great, by the way.
Any other comments on item C?
Sure. Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No,
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, lack of information.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 7 yes, 2 no, motion carried.
On to item D. Need a motion and a second to accept the intent to retire for the following support employees in the terms of their respective contract with eligibility of all retirement benefits. Cheryl Armbruster, 33.47 years. Ann Louise Hayes, 28.42 years. Deborah Lilly, 32.6 years. Carrie Kunkel, 25.42 years. Sue Cuck, 16.42 years. Kristen Simmons, 11.52 years. Cynthia Kemmerer, 13.13 years. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
So
A motion by Mr. Bradley, a second by Mr. Holland. Comments on item D?
Simply to thank the staff for their years of service to our school and our students.
I
I would like
finally
just
agree with
to,
Nathan. We should thank these people. It's awesome.
I would just like to recognize the individuals here. There's 161 plus hours of service to our district. Many of them, for 20 plus years. This is a loss to the district. There's a lot of knowledge that has been gained from these individuals that have helped to improve this district. And I want to thank them publicly for their service here to the district and the students of the Heighton Area School District.
Hearing no further comment, roll call vote, Ms. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. Stephen Holland,
yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes, and wish them all the best.
Ms. Joy Beers,
yes,
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes, with regret.
9-0, motion carried.
On to item E. Yes, please, Mr. Cleaver. Need a motion and a second to approve the following requests for pre-approval of courses and programs of study for continuing education. For employee 1434, 2 courses over the September-October timeframe. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Who was that with the first, please?
So moved, Mr. Bradley.
Thank
Support
you.
these staff members.
Second, Belts.
I have a motion by Mr. Bradley, a second by Mr. Belts. Any comments on item E? Hearing none, roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Herb. Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
The item F, I need a motion and a second to approve the following professional employees for tenure: Simon Tack and Christine Zellner.
So moved, Steve.
Second, Wayne.
I have a first motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz on approving the following professional employees for tenure. Any further comments on item F? Hearing none, roll call vote. Wagner?
Okay. Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On item G, I need a motion and a second to acknowledge the FMLA leave for the following employees not to exceed 12 weeks. Items 1 through 5.
So
Motion.
moved. We should support these staff members. Thank you. They're the best in the world.
First by Mr. Bradley, may I have a second?
Second, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. First by Mr. Bradley, second by Mr. Holland on item G. Any comments on item G? Hearing none, we'll go into roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner?
Okay. Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern? Is that a yes? Okay. Motion 9-0, motion carried.
On to item H, I need a motion and a second to accept the resignation of the following employees: Amy Rarick, Melissa Wagner, and Sarah Simon. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
First by Mr. Bradley.
Second, Belts. Sorry to see you go, Missy.
Second by Mr. Belt.
Can we get an exit interview for these individuals, or at least attempt to have one?
Yes.
Can we get it done as a board, maybe an executive session? Related to personnel?
That would need board approval and also would need the individual to agree to it.
That's the goal.
I wanted to just publicly thank Missy for everything she's done for this district. She's put many, many years into Lee Heighton School District. I can tell you I wouldn't be able to do half the things I could do without her knowledge and her work ethic and her willingness to stay here these extended hours, and the extra time and effort. And even when she's not here, she's still available immediately by phone. If we could find someone half as dedicated and half as good as Missy, I would consider that a successful search for her new employee. But Missy, thank you for everything. And you are the reason Lee Heighton is as strong as it is because of your commitment, not only to, the students and staff here, but the entire community with your volunteer efforts and everything else that you are involved with. But personally, I just want to thank you.
Mr. Stern, I would also like to thank Missy for all of those things mentioned above, but mainly for her attitude and her demeanor and her constant keeping of her calm and her friendliness. And I agree that I don't think we could replace her 100%.
I would also like to say thanks for Missy. The reason so many board members are so happy with Melissa Wagner is she's interacts with the board on a regular basis. And I think that it's important that this board doesn't accept half of a Missy or a half. We need to actually find someone like Missy that can do the whole job and make sure that we hold this administration accountable. And that's the main reason I don't think we should let the administration be the one doing it, because they seem to think that they can accept half and it'll be a success. We need to improve the district by improving the employees that we hire, because they are our pride and joy. Thank you.
Roll call, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, good luck moving forward. Awesome.
Thank you. Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs.
Thank
Rita-
you, Misty, for helping me personally many times.
You're welcome. Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes, with regrets.
Thank you. Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes, also with regrets, Missy. Long time.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Stern?
No.
Nice.
Hey, I want to change mine to a no.
Why didn't I think of that?
8 yes, 1 no, motion carries.
On to item I, I need a motion and a second to approve the termination of employee 1697 due to abandonment of position effective immediately. First and a second, please.
So moved by Nathan.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Bradley. Any comments on item I?
Just one. There's a reason this is on the agenda. Can you please explain that, Larry? Why a termination of an employee has to be placed onto the board's agenda for passage by the board? Explaining the responsibility of the board for every hire and every fire.
Any further comments on item I?
You don't want to educate the 100 people in the room or whatever we have?
I don't want to talk about it with you. That's it, because nothing we'll tell you will be sufficient anyway. So why should we go down a rat hole of arguments?
It's not an argument. It's just a statement of fact that this board is responsible for every hire and every fire, not the administration.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
Brown.
clear. Thank you.
Any further comments? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay. Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
I need to abstain for lack of information. We don't have any knowledge of this person, whether or not they abandoned the position or not. And there's not even a recommendation from anybody on this motion. This shouldn't even be on the agenda. So I have to abstain, since I definitely wanted it to be done. But I thought we would have gotten some information from Larry. I thought we would have gotten some information. So I have to abstain now, which is bad because I'm the one that brought the motion up. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yeah.
So I have 8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On item J, I need a motion and a second to approve the recommendation to hire the following employee in accordance with the respective contract. Effective September 22nd. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Ms. Pinelli. A comment on item J?
For every motion related to a hiring and a firing, once again, this board is completely blind to what's taking place. And yet here it is on the agenda. Larry, you need to do your job. These 5 should resign. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any further?
Sure. Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Ms. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No?
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to item K, I need a motion and a second to approve the hiring of 6 swivel monitors at the elementary center, grades K through 5 for 3 hours per week at the contracted rate of pay with all our current teachers, items 1 through 6. I need a motion and a second, please.
So
So
moved.
moved. Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland. Any discussion on item K?
Once again, this is showing up on the agenda. So they're already teachers. They're going to be swivel monitors. So does that mean they're getting extra pay for doing more work, or is it during their normal hours, or is it the fact, what's going on here? Somebody put this thing on the agenda. There's no recommendation. There's no background.
As explained earlier in the meeting, Mr. Bradley, it is additional work that they are required to complete. It's for 3 hours a week at $31 per hour.
But where's the 3 hours coming from if they're already employees?
It is additional to the time they are spending in the classroom with the additional prep time and other things that are required.
So is it overtime?
It's at their hourly rate. It's additional work at their hourly rate.
Yeah. So will it be additional work at their hourly rate above and beyond their, so is it overtime?
Well, it's not overtime. It's just additional work. It's not above 40 hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cleaver, can you describe what this work is, what they'll be doing?
Yes, these are the teachers that are monitoring additional students in addition to their classroom. So they are teaching the class. In addition to teaching their class with students that are there are students that are at home via the Swivel or Zoom, depending on what it may be. And they are required to interact with those students in additional to the students they have in the classroom. Also, they are responsible for assigning them work. They're responsible for assigning additional classwork to them, but also to make sure information is uploaded and to communicate with them on a daily basis. The presentation of Swivel was completed. If you go to our website, you can actually see a demonstration of the program taking place.
Okay, thank you.
But isn't Swivel my understanding is Swivel's the device that follows the teacher around, right? For the kids that are at home?
That is correct.
So what are these people?
They also have the students in front of them in their class as well. So there are additional students that they're requiring. So they're not just doing Swivel. They are actually teaching their class that is in front of them. In addition, they are working with the students at home who are taking, getting their education via this model.
So the Swivel monitors are in addition to the Swivel teacher inside that classroom. They're going to be where? Physically in the classroom where the teachers?
The teachers who are doing the Swivel are teaching their class. They physically have students in front of them. In addition, they are responsible to the students who are at home who are taking part in the class via Swivel. So it's an addition to the students that they currently have in their classroom. So they're teaching both virtually and also to the students at home.
So these 3 hours of work are going to be for those people at home or for the people in the classroom?
The work is the additional that is going to be required by the teachers who are doing the Swivel. So in addition to their class that they may have 18 students in front of them, if there may be additional 15 to, I'm not sure, just to give an example, 15 students who are doing the Swivel, that is required additional work for that teacher.
And who's limiting the 3 hours per week? Are they deciding how much they need to do to meet the students' needs?
when the position for this was recommended, the 3 hours a week, this is the max that they will receive is 3 hours.
Thank you.
Any further questions on item K? Thanks for all the details, everyone. Roll call.
Okay, Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On to miscellaneous. Item A, I need a motion and a second to approve Rebecca Karpowitz to the appointment of recording assistant board secretary effective September 29th, 2020. Need a motion, please.
Second, Wayne.
First by Mrs. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on item A? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On item B, I need a motion and a second to approve the early graduation in January 2021 for the following students. You can see the numbers listed there below. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
I have a first by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on item B?
How did they meet the requirements for early graduation?
The students have completed all the requirements for completion of credits for this program. Now, some of these, it says that graduation in January, they are still here in the district, and by semester, they will have, by semester one, they will have completed all requirements as approved by the school board.
But this is, I mean, you're talking less than 10% of our students, right? Or about 10%?
High school? I don't even know if it's 10%.
Yeah, we graduated about 170 somewhere. And
we're at 200 right now, so it would be
less than 10%.
201.
I mean, it's 15 out of 201.
Right, so a little less than 10%. So the question is, can we get more people onto this fast track for next year? And if so, how do they emulate these remarkable 15 that get to graduate early and move on with their careers and their lives and their path of chosen? I'm surprised it's only 15. I'm surprised it's less than 10%. Many high schoolers can graduate as early as, almost the beginning of middle of 11th grade if they do it right. I mean,
they can. It doesn't mean they want to. It's things that they would enjoy in their senior year of high school.
But many of them want to continue to participate in programs, whether it be extra co-curricular programs for winter and fall. So they want to continue that. That is the reason. But any student, that is their choice. If they meet these requirements, they have this option.
And I think that we should, somewhere along one of our committee meetings, somewhere along our board meetings, we should educate our entire 2,400 student, enrollment, or 2,400 student enrollment, depending on exactly what we got. Hey, guys, there's a path forward, and gals, there's a path forward to graduating earlier, and you can move on with your career. I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and it's not being utilized the way it is in other districts. And I think that we kind of don't really educate people very well as to how that all works. And I think we should. And these 15 people did a fantastic job of accomplishing that task. I've looked at years past, it was less. I think we're getting better. but I think we can boost that up significantly. Thank you. And they should also have more credits moving forward with their career at a college level if they so choose.
Any further comments on item B? Roll call, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay. Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
Programs, item A, I need a motion and a second to approve the memorandum of understanding with Passstone Head Start Agency and the Lehighton Area School District for the 2021 school year enclosure number 10. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz and second by Mrs. Spinelli on item A. Is there any other further
Larry, can you
on item A?
please check with our solicitor whether or not this is considered to be a contract? This memorandum of understanding, is it a contract between the Lehighton agency, the government, and this Passstone Head Start agency?
What is your question?
Is this considered a contract between these two entities? The government of Lehighton Area School District, that agency, and this Passstone agency?
Memorandums of understanding is a written agreement between the parties to describe how their relationship will play out going forward.
The information is listed, numbers 1 through 5 of the responsibilities for each groups.
I agree. And they're considered, it says the word contractor. So I guess this is a contract that we're making between Lehighton Area Government Agency and Passstones. Is that correct, sir?
I don't see contract.
I understand. Let's ask the solicitor one more time because I didn't get an answer I liked, I guess. Is this a contract between these two entities?
No, it is a document that identifies and explains the relationship between the parties going forward. It's similar to a contract, but it's phrased differently.
Excellent. Is there any financial justification or trade between these two parties? Mr. Solicitor, does the Lehighton Area School District Agency provide Passstones with any money, or does Passstone provide the Lehighton Area District with any money?
There's a whole section entitled Fees and Payment.
Thank you. So we have an agreement between two parties for the exchange of dollars provided by a government agency and a third party. But we're going to say it's a memorandum of understanding and not a contract. Yet our enclosure shows that it's already been signed on August 23rd by, I can't really tell the signature. It looks like it's Timothy Tack, but the spelling of his name is wrong on the I'm sorry, not the contract, the memorandum of understanding. And it looks like this goes through 2021, and it was also signed by Beth Ann Scheckler on the same date of August 23rd of 2020. Are we entering into memorandums of understandings with other agencies that did not get to this board until September?
Mr. Bradley, I was looking at the wrong memorandum.
My bad. Go ahead. Passstone Head Start Agency and the Lehighton Area School District. We'll start from the beginning. Is this a contract?
Bradley, what is your underlying question? What is the point you're trying to get at?
Very, very simple. Step one, is this a contract? Is it an agreement between two parties, exchange of funds, government
I
agency?
don't see anything with exchanging of funds in here.
So can we be confirmed that the Lehighton Area School District gives no money to Pathstone and Pathstone gives no money to Lehighton? Is that correct, guys?
Mr. Filer, this is Rita. I'm not sure, but isn't Head Start federally funded?
Yes, but I don't know what Mr. Bradley's asking.
I think I do. He's asking, do they get paid?
And he's asking if this agreement is considered a contract under the law. Or do we have a responsibility and do they have a responsibility? Is it an agreement by these two agencies? And if so, if they break the agreement, what's the penalty? Is it they go to court? Is it they fight over it? Is it they didn't give me access? Right? Because here it says the contractor, right? So
one of the understandings that I have is I know Head Start is a pre-K program for our underprivileged youth within the community. My understanding of this memorandum of understanding is that this is the communication pathway between moving those children out of the Head Start environment into our pre-K or into our K kindergarten areas within the district. And so our staff understands the challenges that those younger folks may have as they are moving into our educational environment from the previous Head Start educational environment.
That is correct. Head Start is a federal program, and this is a requirement for the use of federal funds for the district. There is no exchange of money. It's just you need to have a transition plan for those students when they come into the school. So it's part of the title program. So this is a transition plan for the students coming into the district. And you need to have this agreement with that agency as required by federal law.
Because we're giving access to this external company, right, this Pathstone Corporation, to our students. And I would agree that is the process.
The other way around.
Mr. Bradley, if you already have the answers to the questions, why do you continue to answer them?
Because it's a right. Well, you have part of the answers. I just wanted to confirm them before I make my accusation that this agency and this government has apparently signed this agreement about a month ago, and this board is now seeing it, and it's on the agenda now. And to have contracts exercised by the administration without the oversight of the board is one of those other mismanagements that's just bad. And we got to stop it. If you were going to do this back in August and you thought there was a value and thought there was a need, it should have been on the July's board meeting, not the September board meeting. This administration is putting on this board agenda, because I don't think Larry put this on the agenda. Maybe he did. I kind of doubt it. But you got things that are already signed by our organization a month ago. And you're giving permission for Pathstone to visit our kindergarten class and vice versa, right? I don't mind the agreement.
You're completely backwards
the process is there.
On this.
No, sir.
Head Start is a program that is held at the building on 3rd Street.
Correct.
Those students are transitioning from Head Start to our educational environment. So it's our teachers talking to their teachers to assimilate those children into our educational programs.
Correct.
No, you're doing it the other way. We're saying that Pathways has access to our students. No, we have access to their students.
Page 4. The point I'm making is twofold. One is, how did this government agency allow this administration to enter into an agreement a month before it ends up being in front of the board for its approval? That's the first big tell of this district is out of control.
Mr. Bradley, again, this is, when you read this, it's not a contract. This is saying what the expectations are and what needs to be covered before these students come into kindergarten. So we meet with these individual students, we discuss, make discussions, and then maybe there may be a recommendation for an alternate placement or assistance or what have you. This is an agreement, not a contract, that explains the expectations for both the school and the organization. In this case, it is Pat Stone. This is required by federal law and is part of our Title I federal mandate.
Okay, if we're going to call this not a contract, I'm good. Whereas Pat Stone and the contractor have entered into a written agreement pursuant to which the contractor provides certain services to Head Start eligible children and families, herein the collaborative agreement. If we're going to call this not a contract, I'm happy with that. I don't mind. But the fact that this was signed a month before it gets in front of the board, I don't think that's right, guys. And I do think it's a contract because it actually discusses this relationship, and it's an agreement between two agencies. And if we're talking about federal funds and the use of funds, we'd have some trouble with that. But I just want to know why this thing was signed a month ago and showing up on the board now. Can someone explain that part of this agreement to me? I mean, it was already signed and dated by both parties. And it looks like we appointed, somehow, gave Timothy Tack, or this guy's spelled Tkah on this contract, on this document. And it shows that it goes back to June when it was originally written. Effective date was July and wasn't signed till August. Now I'll go with COVID for some of it. And it shows it's reviewed by, and there's nobody there reviewing it. So I wonder, did our solicitor review this first? I mean, did anybody do their job as public servants overseeing this subordinate administration prior to them making agreements between different parties and signing documents? Just protocol. Anybody? Let's try this one. I'll ask the government agency known as Lehighton Area School District, comprised of 5 people in this room. Did anyone see this before today or Thursday or whenever we got it? Anybody?
Mr. Bradley, I will agree with you that the signature prior to board approval is out of process.
So reprimand the administration and tell them to stop it, because we have contracts out there that people are exercising that aren't right, and this board cannot be unaware of what's taking place. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on item A? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
In support of our staff, I think we put this baby back in the bath water and say, yes, let's get this thing approved.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, 9-0, motion carried.
And we can check with our solicitor, but I think you should redo this agreement and make it for a date after this so that if anyone ever takes it somewhere, at least you're covered. Right now, you got a loosey-goosey agreement.
On to item B, under programs, I need a motion and a second to approve the first readings of the following Lehighton Area School District policies: number 1, number 203, number 2, number 314, number 3, number 705, and number 4, number 803.
So moved. Steve.
Second.
The first by Mr. Holland, the second by Mrs. Spinelli. Comment on these policies?
How does this board read this policy in relationship to a vaccine for COVID-19 and the relationship of preventing someone from attending a school if they don't have that vaccine? Because I know that in the policy meeting that was tried to be discussed, but you guys just shut me up because you don't want to hear what we're saying. I know you hate me, But
No,
someone's gotta ask these questions.
number one, you did not mention COVID-19. Number two, there is not a vaccine available for COVID-19. And number three, when the Department of Health puts out recommendation or that certification that immunization will be required for any student to attend school is when it will come into the policy.
And will the board have to review it, or are you just giving that authority to the superintendent in these new
When a
policies?
policy is addendum, I think if it comes down from the Department of Health through PDE that a student needs to have this immunization or sign off that it is against their beliefs that they do not get immunized, I don't believe the board has a choice whether to put that immunization in the requirement or not.
It does have a choice. We're local control. You're giving away that choice through this policy at this time.
I would say you would be superseding public health at that point of time, Mr. Bradley, so I wouldn't see why that would be appropriate.
At that point, you might realize that you are correct, that the local government has to follow the state government. But at the same time, right now, under these policies, you're abdicating all the responsibility and authority of a board and giving it to the superintendent. And that problem I see with that is a government of and by and for the people have to listen to the people somewhere along the line. When you abdicate the authority, when you create a vacuum at the board level, rubber stamping and blind trusting everything the superintendent does, the people lose that oversight, that control, that input. They become subjects of the superintendent instead of stakeholders over top of a board of director. And this here, I agree, there's no immunization and vaccine for COVID, but if you don't think one's coming, that would be pretty naive. And you're basically relinquishing the authority of a local government board of elected people that oversee an individual public employee to let him take direct orders from the quote governor and PDE, which we've all seen now might not be in the best interest of our students and our communities. And we also have a problem with Rita honoring PIAA, which is an external corporation,
Mr.
and later
Bradley,
this meeting have PSBA problems.
You're not appropriate. The comments you're making are not in line with the policies that we're referencing any longer. You're just making general statements. If you have questions on the exact policy, then we would entertain them. But if you don't, then we're going to move on to a roll call vote.
But it is relevant. Rita is on the policy committee, and she does abdicate much of her authority to these external third-party corporations that aren't even accountable to the people because they weren't elected. Right? So that's a problem. When you make a vacuum of a board, when you guys have a rubber stamp and blind trust, you take away America, government of, by, and for the people. If you guys don't see that, and you've seen it now in this meeting, I know you hate me, but boy, one of these days you're going to get that freaking light to click off and say, wow, you know what? We do have a job to do, and we should be doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Is there any further comment on item D?
Postpone these. Let the people have the right to read them, see them, and really understand
They
them.
haven't been on the website.
No, you guys,
they're on
no,
the
you
policy meeting was
had
there.
policy meetings. You had policy meetings with nobody in the room, non-recorded, non-published. You're running it through. It's a railroad. And the stakeholders do not have a reasonable opportunity to comment.
These policies were posted under the policy committee. Meeting.
How many comments did we get? Any out of the thousands of people within?
I don't know. You didn't even provide any substantial comments, so I'm not sure where we can go with it. If you put the
Postpone it. Just let it go for a month.
Get the
It's not going to
feedback.
change anything. You don't need to abdicate this authority right now. You don't need to run away from this problem. Just give
This
it a
is the
month.
first reading. They will be.
I'm not running away from any problem.
This is
Bring it down the road.
just for clarification, Mr. Bradley, as being on the policy committee, you realize this is just first reading in that there's a whole month that people can comment. And then for second reading and approval, they'll still be able to comment. So this is just the first reading of these documents.
And regretfully, Mr. Superintendent, man, I'm going to tell you that since somebody's been canceling all the committee meetings on a regular basis, you're silencing the people. So don't even kick it down. You know what? There's plenty more months to be able to kick the first kick down the road. Postpone these. Let the people hear them. Let the people read them. Give them an opportunity. This board meeting with 58 people in the room, finally are seeing what's going on. And you know what? I bet half of them didn't even get a chance to download them from the district website prior to the meeting. I'm guessing maybe half, 2/3. I'd like them all to see it first.
Roll call.
Just my opinion.
First reading.
Sure. Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts, Mr. Richard Belts,
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, because it also has the difference between medical and physical examinations. It's got all sorts of stuff in here that they didn't look at. They're
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes, and I did look at it.
Mr. Larry Stern. So I have 7 yes, 2 no, motion carried.
On to item C, I need a motion and a second to approve the Lehighton Area School District application for flexible instruction days, enclosure number 12.
So moved by Nathan.
Second,
I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Spinelli. As we discussed, Mr. Cleaver, could you give us a little background on this document?
Yes, the flexible instructional days is something that can be approved up to 5 days. This could be in compliance with different types of makeup days. The fact that many districts have gone hybrid, you could apply for these flexible instructional days. So in the event there's a cancellation of school, there's still activities and programs that can take place, or the fact that we may have another cancellation for some reason. It gives the district an opportunity to make these days up without having to physically come to school. It's just something that they're recommending, again, for flexibility in the event we have a long or mass extension of closure throughout the district.
Any further comments on item C?
Did anyone?
Call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Wait a second, I have a comment. Sorry. Did anyone on this board, prior to this announcement, get a chance to talk to the Department of Education, Fianne Van Schnank, about this? This was presented back in August 25th of 2020, so about a month ago, by the Department of Education. And that communication shows that it was sent to Mr. Tack and Mr. Cleaver. And it says, "Thank you for your honest communication. Please know the Department of Education is willing to work with you and understand that your next board meeting is not until September 21st. So they gave advance warning to make sure that this board got an opportunity to see these documents prior to you guys giving them to us on Thursday. Does anyone see the trend taking place here besides myself? How blind this board is to the administration that has the information and does not share it.
Mr. Bradley, the only information that that's saying is that we are getting the approval to submit. We were asking an extension for the deadline to present to you at this board meeting, so that we could apply for this as a possibility at that time. So that's what we were asking for. There is no other information that it was needed to be presented. You received this in your board packet on Thursday as it was placed on the agenda.
And I agree, Mr. Cleaver. So thank you. So let me make my sentence for me, and I'll make sure that I don't misrepresent what you said. Somehow, the state of education gave you guys a responsibility to do something. It didn't get done, so you had to ask for an extension to get to September. And then you got your extension to get to September, and you still didn't give it to your board until the Thursday before the meeting. To me, I don't know. Business guy likes information prior to making a decision. To me, I like to make sure that my subordinate administration meets their deadlines, whether it be a budget or this midnight throw it underneath your board, get your 5 rubber stampers to blindly trust whatever the administration does, including hiring and contracts and things. Doesn't make sense to me as a government of, by, and for the people that's supposed to be overseeing what's taking place. This is just another example of that. My rant is done. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Larry. You should really do your job more. Thank you. Or just resign. Let someone else do it that wants to do the job. And hold this administration accountable.
Roll call, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, we should support our administration, but they should support the board by getting them the information first. Put this baby back in the bathwater. Pass it along.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On to item D, motion and a second to approve the use of school property for the Department of Health, Thomas McGarty, Saturday, October 44th, 2020, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. for a drive-through flu clinic on the LASD campus. Any motion and a second, please?
So
So
moved.
moved.
A motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mrs. Spinelli. Comment on item D? Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
Excuse me, Larry. Can I have the floor for a second?
With respect to what?
Excuse me, Larry. Can I have the floor prior to the next?
No, I
motion
asked
being
you
called?
with respect to what your subject would be,
To the
Mr.
next,
Bradley.
prior to the next motion being read.
On what topic?
The next motion that you're planning on reading, I want to have a comment prior to that, if you don't mind.
You can make a comment after the motion is first and second.
I think I want to make the comment before for the benefit of the board. Can you please give me the latitude to let me speak prior to reading that one, looking for a first and a second?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Bradley.
Excellent, sir. Appreciate it greatly. So motion E is to approve a revised Title I program, and this board was not provided the revised contract, which does have some expense paid to it. It is a contract between a government agency and another party. There's money to be exchanged. And prior to even reading that, I think you should just skip it as the president and say, you know what, I just noticed Mr. Bradley showed it to me that number 13 and closure is from last year, not this year. We didn't do one. So we really shouldn't even bring it up to the board. We're just going to move it to the next one and then move on to old business. I really would love for you to be that professional. Can you do that for me, please?
Just for clarification, the revision is made because the amounts were incorrect. This is part of the Title I program. The 11% was in addition to the amount we received. So this revision is to correct the amount that we are being charged for this agreement.
The administration didn't even give the agreement to the board. The agreement that's in Closure 13 is last year's agreement, not this year's agreement, sir. Right?
That
You're
is correct,
revising it.
Mr. Bradley. We approved it already at the board meeting earlier with Schuylkill IU. We did approve this already. This is the revision, is the amount that we are paying.
So why is it revised? Why are you paying more? You're paying more or less?
We are paying less because the amount was incorrect. The 11% was not supposed to be added on top of the amount we received for the federal funds. There was about a 1,400 and we were only allowed 1,400 and excuse me, I'm going looking at my notes from this motion, $1,428 as part of the grant. So this goes back to the amount, and then it also includes your 11% to be equal to the amount that the federal Title I program allotted to us for this program, Title 1D.
So my apologies. I'm going to actually go down this path then. So you're saying that this old agreement that ended back in June of 2020 is now just now being corrected in September of 2020, and to put this baby back in the bathwater, you're coming to the board to say, hey, we made a mistake and now we need to correct
The
it.
agreement,
So I am
no, the
right.
agreement was the mistake. The amount was incorrect that we were being charged. When we do our reconciliation reports for our grants at year end is when our administration and business team noticed the incorrect number. So we asked for a revision to make that number correct.
Does anybody else hear? It just sounds tone deaf, but go ahead, move forward, guys. You're telling me that this agreement was wrong at its inception because we had the wrong numbers in it. This
Mr.
board
Bradley,
approved
for
it.
grants, when we do reports that are not usually due till October 30th to recalculate the amounts for the following year, because some of them are based on enrollment. So a lot of times you'll see reconciliations that have to be completed at year end when you're filing a report. This is an issue that we found when we filed the report and realized that we were being overcharged based upon the information we had. So we are making the correction now.
I appreciate
There was
the
no
correction
mistake
needs
that
to be
was
made.
made. There is no mistake that was made by the Lehighton Area School District.
But the correction needs to be made. Now, this is all part of this same concept that next month, at the end of next month, just at the end of that next board meeting, is going to be our annual financial review for the last year, right? Coming up. And here you got this thing that you're, again, shoehorning stuff in September. I find this appalling that our board doesn't have this information, review this information, help our great, here comes number 7, our great staff and doing their job by providing the oversight that this government board is supposed to provide so that you guys don't have to come back and shoehorn in the mistakes that took place. Thank you.
So we'll move on to item E. Need a motion and a second to approve the revised 2019-2020 non-public school Title I professional services agreement between Lehighton Area School District and Schuylkill IU number 29, enclosure number 13. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
The first by Mr. Wentz and a second by Mrs. Spinelli.
Spinelli.
Thank you. Any further comments on item E?
This was supposed to be reviewed twice a year. Who on our administration reviews it? And the district may withhold payments if requirements of this agreement are not met. Did anyone review it for the withholding of some payments prior to September? So who's responsible in our administration, and did we review it to the point where we were supposed to withhold payments prior to that date? Who on our team is to be held accountable for this contract between two parties with money being exchanged?
It is run between our title program, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Tack is in charge of the Title I program.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll do better next year.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, we should support our subordinate administration to make sure we put this baby back in the bathwater. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
Just for clarification, it was the work of Mr. Tack and Ms. Karpowitz who found this error and made good to it. So It had nothing to do, again, with something that was done incorrectly. Our administration found the error and was able to not send a payment that was more than what was expected to made. So I think it's important to be noted that it was because of the due diligence from our administration that this error was able to be corrected.
Yep, and our board should oversee and support them. Thank you. Exactly what I just said.
On to old business. Heighton School Site LLC appeal.
As we went over in the executive session, I would like the board to direct me on how they'd wish to proceed, either with retaining the appraiser and or accepting the Heighton School Site LLC's counteroffer, which was a fair market value for the 2020 tax year of $450,000 and a fair market value for the 2021 school year of $475,000.
I make a motion that we accept those offers. I think they're wonderful. It's a step up. Can I get a second on that motion to save paying more solicitor fees and more money to go chase after this baby was thrown out with the bathwater?
Second it. Just a clarification. So the motion on the floor is to accept the offer from the Heighton School Site LLC to have their building appraised at $450,000 for the 2019-20 school year and $475,000 for the 2021 school year. Is that correct, Mr. Fowler?
Let me word it so I can, the way I need it to be.
It's about half what the real appraisal was, but it's pretty close. Jeez.
Authorizing the solicitor to settle the Lee Heighton School Site LLC appeals so that the total fair market value of the 4 parcels is valued at $450,000 for the 2020 tax year and $475,000 for the 2021 tax year.
Mr. Bradley, in agreement with Mr. Fowler's motion?
Yes, let's put this baby back in the bathwater after the board screwed up. I think that's a good move.
The new motion.
It's a new motion on the floor. Is there any comment from the board? Any further comment from the board?
Yes, I think that this board should greatly review the actions of history of what took place within this district and how it damaged our stakeholders because of their short-sightedness, not providing oversight, not reviewing documents, not reviewing records, not reviewing appraisals, not getting actual appraisals, not properly advertising buildings. All these things have led to this financial strife that this district is in and our stakeholders are paying. We should review that history and beg, literally beg for their forgiveness.
Mr. Cleaver, is there any public comment?
Tom? Yes. Tom? Not sure they made it. Ms. Bose?
Yeah. It's disappointing, but it's better than what we would have gotten. And he didn't even have to do that because he would have won the appeal. We did sell it for what we sold it for, and it's a shame that it had to go for that amount of money because it was probably the most valuable building we had. But it's better than what we had before. So at least we're getting more.
I'm going to go back to Tom. Tom? I'm not sure, Mr. Stern, or not.
Can you unmute him, or is he not unmuting himself?
Yeah, he should be able to unmute. No, his hand, it might have been by accident, because his hand's no longer raised. So there is no other comments, Mr. Stern.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, regretfully, but at least it's done.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9 yes, no, 0, motion carries.
The next item under old business is athletic training contract.
I make a
Yes.
motion that we adopt the Lehigh Valley Health Systems contract for a 1-year period, as proposed and sent to the board.
I don't believe they offered a 1-year period in their contract proposal.
What was the shortest term of their proposal? 3? Yeah. Confirm. 3 years was the shortest. My bad. The reason I picked the shortest term is I think that the public should have a right. We should be at the least amount of exclusive as possible and allow more than one community health provider to provide their best foot forward for all of these different programs that these guys are fighting over to gain access to our students. It's the lesser of two evils. Can I get a second on the motion to adopt the Lehigh Valley Health Network 3-year proposal as provided under the Total Healthcare Partner proposal dated August 14th of 2020, presented as enclosure 23 in last month's meeting?
I'll second it. Discussion from the board.
I'd like to discuss this. I think this thing should be broken up so that both parties get access to these students on different occasions for different things, because that way we get choices in the world, and I think choices are good. And I think the fact that this board is going after this money to give exclusives doesn't really do the best service to the community, but at least the shortest term makes sense. And when I did the financial math, this one seemed to be financially beneficial for what's actually being consumed and used. However, I really wish our administration would have taken the effort, time, and energy to do that. Not really our responsibility. We should be delegating such things and then overseeing them. But from what we were able to pull out, from what we were able to be given, it is the best of the two. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, from your own comments, to say you don't trust myself or
I
Mr.
know, I don't. Yeah, I know.
Here, so
it's bad,
why
isn't
would
it?
you spend that time doing that when it's going to be mocked and be considered inept?
It's your
and
job,
all the other
man.
stuff?
It's your job, man. It's your job. You might not like it. You might
Mr.
hate me for
Bradley,
making you
please
want to
don't
do
refer-
it, but it's
Mr.
your job.
Bradley, please show respect and don't refer to me as
I
me.
did, but it's your job. It is your job. It is your job. It is your job.
Mr. Bradley, my job is to take direction from the majority of the board.
It is your job.
Many times you are not on that side of it. However, again, the fact that you make comments and continue to belittle individuals with subordinate in the comments that you make at public
not-
meetings or via email is the reason you don't get a lot of the information that you so say you request.
So it's your job, and you're blocking the information from me because of the way I ask. Think that through, sir. Be a professional. Thank you.
Is there any further comments from the board? Mr. Bradley, don't feel slighted that Mr. Cleaver isn't the only one that wants to associate with you. There's many others that don't want to do it.
But that's not the point. You have a job to do. I
Well,
shouldn't
no,
even have to ask.
it is the point. You could be a respectful individual, but you're
Larry,
not.
you don't even,
so-
you shouldn't even have to ask. You shouldn't even have, every other district that we looked at, they had proposals, they had spreadsheets. Every other district that I used to evaluate this, all the business managers did that. The board doesn't have to ask for common sense things that need to be done. You don't have to ask to have the invoices
All right,
scanned.
well, are there any
the
other
contracts
comments from
reviewed.
the board
shouldn't have
on
to ask
the
for that.
proposal for the LVHN motion for a 3-year contract with Lehigh Valley Health Network?
Question, Steve?
Yes,
What
Steve?
are the other years for a contract other than 3 years?
I believe they were 3, 5, and 10.
Correct. 3, 5, and 10.
Okay, hate me, I'd like to make my own motion, 5 years.
I'll second that.
But by making it longer, Steve and Rita, you're truncating the responsibility of future boards to be able to make their own decision.
Read my lips, Mr. Bradley. I believe I said 5 years.
I agree,
Thank
sir.
you.
I agree with what you said. I just want to make sure you understand what you're doing to future boards by truncating them, going past your elected authority. But it's okay. Go ahead.
At this point, I'm not interested in future boards, Mr. Bradley. I'm interested in continuity with the students. And 3 years, though, if we do decide to change it, we're going back and forth. I prefer 5 years because I feel it's best for the students.
Good for you, Rita. Mr. Stern, it looks like the ball's in your court.
Yes, I'm going to remove my second from that previous motion.
Thank you. Good idea. So you got a motion and a second.
For
Like a
what?
moth to the flame.
No, we don't have a second. We only have a motion on the LVA-10 for 3 years. It was a proposed, then I removed my second from your proposal, and now we have a
Steve
motion
said
for
5. Steve said 5, and Rita
LVA-10
said
for 5
second.
years.
And Rita said second. We'll go back to the recording. I'm glad this is being recorded.
I'm just telling you that I'm removing my second from that previous motion, sir.
I agree, Larry, but okay, go ahead. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Is there any other board comment on the LVA-10 proposal now for 5 years?
I think that it's outside the window of opportunity for the board of directors, but I'm in support of the idea.
Any other comments from anybody else on the board? Mr. Cleaver, is there any public comment on this item?
At this time, there are none, Mr. Stern. Oh, excuse me, there is now Ms. Bose. Ms. Bose?
Okay. Question. And I'm only going by how this appears. They said 3 years and it was seconded, and I understand why he wants 3 years. Because in 3 years, they come, other ones come in and offer even more. And then by then, maybe you can break it up. There's strengths and weaknesses in any organization. And we should always go with the strongest in whatever section they're providing. Since there wasn't a 1 year offer, 3 would have made the most sense. I just don't understand why the second would have been removed from the 3 year. You could have just done a roll call vote on the 3 year one. And if that didn't pass, then you do the 5 year. It just seems that Dave brought it forth, made the motion, so therefore removed the second. And I'm just telling you how it appears. That's all.
And it's almost like a moth to a flame, right? You can almost drive the rest of this rubber stamping, blind trusting board whatever direction you want just by whether or not I bring up a motion or not. I think it's great. This is as telling as it gets, Barb. This is awesome.
Dave, I'm just telling you what I felt it was about. That's all.
And you are correct. Very observant.
No other comments, Mr. Stern, at this time.
Okay, then a roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner, on the LVHN as the athletic provider training contract for 5 years.
Got it.
I have a question. Was the contract written up for 3 years or was it written up for 5 years?
There
I'm
was three
confused.
offers from LVHN, 3, 5, and 10. 4 offers from St. Luke's, 3, 5, 7, and 10. And if anybody wants to check the history,
Did you actually review those PowerPoints that were sent out by the administration concerning St. Luke's and LVHN?
No,
Because they were
I was
very
talking
definitive
about
that they
this
had 3, 5, and 10-year plans. Actually, there might even have been a 7 in there for one of them.
like I said, Larry, I'll tell you right now. Lehigh Valley, 3, 5, and 10.
I meant specifically this motion.
Yeah, and this motion's for the 5-year, and the St. Luke's had a 3, 5, 7, and 10, Larry. If you looked at the information provided.
Are there any further questions?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, Gil. Thank you. Roll call vote, Mr. Wagner?
Okay. Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes, 5
Ms. Gail-
years.
Yes, 5. Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
I would rather stay with 3. Thank
So is
you.
that a yes or a no? It's a
That's a no.
5-year. It's no? Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No?
Mr. Richard Belts?
No.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
So I have 6 yes, 3 no, motion carried.
On to new business. We have a discussion on House Bill 2787 regarding spectator attendance at sporting events, exclosure number 14. Mr. Cleaver, could you give an overview of the House Bill 14? House Bill 2787, please, and where we are with that?
Yes, this is in regarding sporting events. Actually, today there was more information that was made available. There was a rule this House bill was vetoed by the governor. At this point, we did receive guidance from PDE on Friday, and I believe even some of the information that was being sent around to boards regarding that PDE is requiring that we stay the course as currently being recommended from the state. Now, I will tell you, I have 2 different views of this, and it's definitely a view of being a parent to a student athlete and a view as a superintendent with the guidance that receiving from PDE to stay the course and to wait for this whole thing to play out in court is what they are recommending, as is also, and I don't want to speak for Eric, but I did touch base with him. He may want to also talk about this because there, is discussion and concerns about negligence and being covered for insurance purposes, which I understand. However, with that being said, as a parent, of a student athlete, I think it is important that in the event we have the opportunity to increase spectator amounts, especially for parents and or guardians, when that information comes from the state level, I do recommend that we put that into motion right away. So again, as the superintendent, as I am right now for Lake Heighton Area School District, I look to the guidance from PDE and insurance carriers, and also guidance from the solicitor Eric, and also our insurance providers. However, as a parent, I do think it is important that we find a way to open up these events somehow to at least allow parents for not only student athletes, but also the band members and also the cheerleaders, and also to include visiting parents as well. I think it is important. So that is the discussion that I have for this. Ultimately, it's a board decision, but I believe the board is aware of the guidance that we are receiving from, from PDE and from other individuals.
Mr. Cleaver?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as athletic committee chairman, believe me, and somebody who's gone through their sons and daughters playing and grandkids, I think, especially for the seniors, I'm recommending, if we could, 2 tickets per player, 2 tickets per cheerleader, 2 tickets per band member. I think it's only fair to people of Lehighton, given the size of our stadium, with wearing masks, and we could easily separate people. And I know it'd be a little bit of a challenge in going against the governor, which I do not, but that's my recommendation. That's what I'd like to see done. How it turns out, that's entirely up to everybody else. Thank you.
I'd like to add to that comment that the governor has no authority to decide what happens within the school district. We're a local government in control. You have the responsibility to make a decision. I think that we should let the people make the decision whether or not they attend an event, depending on the people and their own personal choices, because they are individuals within America. From there, I think we should recommend that they wear masks and they get their temperature tested for the safety of the other individuals, so that we don't have people entering that may or may not be symptomatic. With that being said, I don't think you need to limit the number of tickets or anything. If people show up and they don't feel comfortable because there's too many people and they can't socially distance, they should leave. And if they're not being socially distanced, they should leave. They have every right to do so. Our local government has this responsibility. We should adopt this responsibility and not give it to others. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Cleaver, this does not only include football. This is field hockey, soccer, volleyball. I know we're limited there, but again, we have a large gymnasium. So like I said, anything we can do to make sure parents, especially parents of seniors, get to see their son or daughter play, I'm all for it.
Mr. Wentz, I got to ask the question, why are you asking him instead of telling him? You're the board of director. You're the elected official. Responsibility. Make the motion and get it to pass. You're telling them what to do, not the other way around, sir.
I'd like to hear Attorney Filer's take on this particular subject, please.
For the record, in the Western District, the federal court has thrown out Governor Wolf's mandates. We are in the Middle District. Right now, there's no binding precedents that we can look to that says mandates are no longer effective. There will likely be one soon. As an attorney, I'm always risk adverse. So the potential for lawsuits is still out there. Having said that, this is the whole region in this football season, so I'm not going to go any further than that.
Mr. Bradley, I'd just
Spoken
like to tell
like a
you-
true wishy-washy solicitor. Gotta love you, Eric. That was great. That was awesome, man. I really appreciate that.
If you let people in and there's a COVID outbreak, there is the potential for lawsuits. I can't explain that any more clearly.
Oh, I completely agree. I completely
That was also
agree.
the guidance. That is also the guidance as well from our insurance provider as well, that, they could be viewed as negligent because there is recommendations and for size of events and different types of programs. So there could be an issue with coverage for insurance. But with that being said, I also do, again, as a superintendent, need to make the board aware of that concern as well.
We should, as a board, recognize that like any other business, and we kind of are a business, should push the responsibility, subrogate, get our attorney to teach us how to subrogate that risk so that they enter at their own risk. And then therefore we push some of this responsibility to the individuals within the community that are considered American citizens, and they get to make their own decision, and so do the people around them. And by doing that, hopefully, you'll come to an agreement of some sort that allows citizens within the community to make their own decisions. Because that's where we should step out of the way a little bit as well and protect the financial security of this district. But we serve the public. They should have input in this, and they should be the ones helping make this decision. The best way to do it is much like the governor of South Dakota, and trust the people. You should trust them. We work for them.
Mr. Bradley, Mr. Stern, whoever else would like to listen, I do have a couple comments on all of this. First of all, Mr. Cleaver is commissioned by the state to do what's best for the district. It doesn't matter what the board says in that respect. If he has things he has to follow, even if we tell him we don't want it that way, there are still things he has to do, and I feel this is one of them. Second of all, I am all for having everyone get their senior night, be able to see their kids play, and somehow we have to come up with some sort of system that will allow that, even if it's just senior parents, even if it's just different parents at different games. And your idealistic approach of the way the world should work is great. We all agree with that. But as I've told you many times, we live in the absence of the ideal. That's what running a school district is. That's even what running a business is. So while it may be wonderful that we, the people, should do this, that, or the other thing, that is not the current world we're living in. So first of all, stop telling Mr. Cleaver that you get to tell him everything there is to tell him, because that's just simply not true. Second of all, any way we can get these parents to see their kids play, I'm all for, as long as it's within reason. And third, I have had many discussions with other school boards, and there is no way you can limit litigation on this. There is no way. It doesn't matter what anybody signs, you can still be sued. Thank you.
This is Nathan. I'm also of the feeling that anything we could do to let parents see their children play would be wise. I don't know that just opening the doors of the stadium to everyone would be wise, because I think that would put some of the most at-risk members of our community, those who are immune compromised, those who may be more elderly, make them unable to attend a game where they could otherwise be social distance. So I do think that some kind of limitation is wise, but I am in agreement of anything we can do to allow more people to attend.
We should let our media club videotape and live stream these things from as many angles as possible. Let everyone that's immune compromised to sit at home and get to watch it as if they're watching the NFL or any other sport for that matter. However, Rita, with all due respect, anybody can sue anybody for any reason. Okay, we get that. But you got to make it a safe, reasonable expectation. I don't think that anybody would be able to make it through a court proving where they did or didn't get whatever they did or didn't do. All right. And as far as our superintendent having the authority to make decisions, he does, but only under the guidance of the board. He has to act within policy. If he doesn't, the board has the right to hire and fire whoever they see fit to do whatever responsibility needs to take place. You guys should stop abdicating your authority and provide this man with guidance so that he can do what he needs to do comfortably without having to be so wishy-washy when it gets done. And that should be the same for all of our staff, from the highest person that is serving food, in my opinion, to the lowest of superintendents. In that order, we should protect these people. They're the ones that serve our students. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, I would caution you against criticizing any employees in a public meeting.
No criticism, sir. Just a statement of fact. Thank you.
May I say something, Larry?
Certainly, Steve.
I too am definitely in favor of senior night. I would like to see the seniors be acknowledged for everything that they did and their future endeavors. My suggestion, and only my suggestion, could we not have 2 senior nights at the stadium? One for, say, the band. And the next game, could we not have it for the cheerleaders and the players themselves? That way, again, I think would be within the boundaries of the 250 or whatever that particular number is. And if it's like it was many years ago, some parents really don't want to watch the game per se. They just came to acknowledge their own son or daughter, and they leave right after they walk across the field. So that's my suggestion. I would like to see two particular nights for seniors, one say for the band and their band front, etc., and the second one also for the cheerleaders and the players themselves. Thank you very much.
And I agree with Steve, but also we need to make sure we have something for things for the indoor sports, particularly volleyball. If they could possibly get on the field with some other team where we have enough for them to do, I think that would also be beneficial.
I think a good place to start might be an evaluation of our different facilities and an actual number of how many people we can fit in and still maintain 6-foot social distancing.
I will. I'm going to.
A great place to start would be committee meetings where the public have a right to speak. You got people with
yes,
their hand raised.
Kyle,
Hold on. You
I
got
have
people with their
Kyle
hand
Spots
raised.
on here
And-
to
hold
talk.
on.
I think he
Mr. Cleaver, hold on a
has
second.
information that you are requesting, Mr. Fuller. Kyle, are you able to?
And in support of that, we should make a motion that meets
Go ahead,
the
Mr.
requirement.
Go ahead, Mr. Spots.
Mr. Cleaver, what is
Can
wrong
you hear
with
me?
you?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just to kind of update everybody what we've been working with for the past couple weeks. So obviously the outdoor guidance is under crowds less than 250, and that includes all athletes and essential personnel. So for soccer and field hockey games, we've been distributing 3 tickets per athlete for Lehighton athletes and 2 tickets per athlete for away teams. And so far we've been able to have, parents, guardians at events, and we have not been near the 250 mark. So we really haven't turned anybody away from coming to those events. We've been evaluating the numbers as people come in and out of the stadium. And then if we realize we're under the numbers as anticipated, then if somebody shows up without a ticket, we do allow that individual in as long as their numbers are under it. Along with middle school and JV football, we've hosted those events the last 2 Monday evenings. We've allowed 2 tickets per athlete for Lehighton for all middle school and JV football players, along with 2 tickets per athlete for opposing teams. As the middle school game ends, we hold the fans waiting to attend the JV game outside the stadium until it clears out to have the JV fans in. The issue with spectators is volleyball. We are capped at 25 for indoor events, which limits the amount of players, coaches that can be in the gymnasium. And we have a holding area in the lobby with chairs spread out socially distanced apart where the extra players sit should they need to be subbed in and out of the gymnasium. We are really capped in volleyball. That's an issue with getting a way to get spectators into that venue to watch. We have been live streaming every one of our home volleyball matches. A link's been sent out to the coaches. It's been posted on our Twitter account, and all parents and guardians, as far as I know, have that link, and we share it with the opposing team prior to any contest. So we were live streaming events tonight for the match with Jim Thorpe. And then football, we made a decision, Mr. Cleaver, myself, and other administration, to include our students as much as possible. So that includes the band members, cheerleaders, and football players in our number for home football games. And the away team is capped by a league decision at traveling no more than 65 personnel for an away contest. So with our band members, football players, essential personnel, and away team, we are right around the 250 mark for football. So without a further directive from the board, we cannot allow spectators with that number. So that we did have started honoring seniors already. We had our girls soccer senior night this evening, which went off very well. We were able to do it just as we have in the past because, again, our numbers were under the 250 mark. So the anticipation is to do the senior festivities sooner than later, given the unknown circumstances that we may be hit with this year. So We have boys soccer planned for next Monday and field hockey tentatively planned for Tuesday, along with football, band, and cheerleaders for next Friday's football game. So we are working to honor those. We are kind of holding off on football and volleyball to see if any other clarification or decisions were discussed tonight, to see if we could get additional spectators in those areas. But that is something that I would have to see what the direction the board would like us to go on that. So that's just some information I thought would be beneficial with this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Spots. Ms. Salerno?
Hi, I do have a couple questions, please. The first question I have is, how would anyone be able to prove where anyone caught COVID? So if you're saying, I understand that because of legality, but I have not heard in the 6 months that COVID has been around of one lawsuit that anybody anywhere for catching COVID from somebody else. The second thing is there are other schools that are going against in Pennsylvania what the governor is saying. I do have a senior volleyball player. Would I love to be at her games? Absolutely. But you know what I think is more important? And it's absolutely pathetic. And it's not our fault. It's the governor's fault that team cannot even be in that gymnasium together. In order to sub out, they have to go into the hallway, like Mr. Spot said. That's something I think the board should be able to make a decision on when you have two sides of the complete gymnasium absolutely empty. With the extra players that are sitting out in the hallway, there's no reason those girls can't 60 feet separate from each other to be in that gymnasium as part of the team. And is there a way that volleyball could go with football or something next week? Because I get what you're saying, like everything could shut down at any time. So you've already had soccer, you're having field hockey, you're having football. So maybe the volleyball can be included in that. And the other thing, if anybody checks into what Panther Valley did the other night, yes, Panther Valley, their band, which I believe they said was 150 members, actually was on the hill outside the fence. And they allowed that for the night. So all the senior parents from all sports could be on that field and watch their kids play. The band stayed outside the stadium the whole entire time. So the senior parents of all sports could sit in there and watch a game as a unity, including the senior students from all the fall sports. So there are some suggestions. And I do hope that our board has the guts to stand up and make a decision that everybody's afraid to make for the sake of our kids. And I get the possible repercussion, but again, is there a case anywhere that can prove where somebody did come in contact with COVID? Thank you.
So real quick, Sue, I'd like to answer part of that, if you don't mind, and like to have a little bit of a conversation since you have some information. So the first thing is, if they trace the genome and they do contact tracing, there is an exposed liability. However, I agree that no one, how are you going to prove one way or the other and vice versa? I fully get the concept, but there is contact tracing and there is the ability to trace the genome of viruses that mutate quickly like this thing apparently does.
I understand, Mr. Bradley, but I could be at Walmart and next to somebody, then I could go to Pizza Como, be next to somebody, and then come to football and be next to somebody.
And
contact trace all you want, you're not going to be able to prove.
Hold on. If they take your sample of your virus, they will be able to go back to all the people that you met at Pizza Como and Walmart and wherever else you said you went to, or Giant, and they should be able to trace it backwards. It is amazing. I do have family that worked at the infectious disease down in Lehigh Valley. It's important to understand how the world works. It is pretty cool. You can actually trace a variety of diseases just because of its DNA. It's really fascinating. I'll send you a link so that you can understand better how.
Please don't. Work. I don't want you to have my email. Please don't. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Good for you. Super educated. All right. Thank you very much.
Asshole.
Did you get that from Wayne?
Ms. Bose?
Okay, I've done a lot of research on this, and apparently, if he has not already, he is going to veto the bill. But they already have the votes to override his veto. If you wait a week, there might be legislation that lets you do pretty much what you want with social distancing and wearing of masks.
Ms. Bowes, the governor did veto the bill today. I didn't catch that if you said he did, but
Didn't look it up. I know they said he was going to.
Yeah, that was vetoed today.
But they had the votes, enough votes to override the veto when they passed it.
I believe it has to go back. They need additional votes for that to happen from the information you have.
But when they originally passed it to send it to the governor, they already had enough votes to override his veto, is what I was reading.
Yeah.
So it stands to reason that since they all want this, that they will override that veto if they had the votes to pass it originally and send it to the governor. And I think maybe within a few days that could very well occur. And then there would be no reason for any problems with insurance because it would be legislative action taking away his mandates as far as sports go. So I think it might be something to wait a couple days and see what happens. I mean, certainly we have, the governor also said we shouldn't have any sports until 2021. Well, although he did not mandate it, that was his recommendation. And our insurance didn't have any issues with that. So why would there be issues with this as long as it's done safely?
I believe that's a lot of the discussion that's taking place. There's a little bit of confusion. Is this a legal binding order or is this just a recommendation? And that's, where a lot of this is going back and forth and is coming from.
Right. What happened out in Western Pennsylvania, that's going to be 2 months or 3 months or 4 months before there's a higher court decision on that. But, as far as if the legislature overrides his veto,
it'll be a local decision at that point. Yes.
Right. It's not a dilemma. And you can certainly have a special board meeting to say, okay, this is how it is. This is what we're going to do, if it's even necessary at that point, once the legislature has put it into law.
Yes.
That's the end of my comment.
Dashe?
Yes, thank you. I would like to say thank you for allowing our band and cheerleaders and the mascot to attend the football games. Our cheerleaders and band do not get competitions this year. They don't get that opportunity. So this is their opportunity to play. So thank you for allowing them to be in the stadium with their peers during these competitions, unlike other schools which put them outside the fence, which is very disrespectful to those students and all that they've done to get to where they are. So I would just like to say thank you for putting them inside the stadium and allowing them to count for the 250.
Thank you. Autumn? Okay. Ms. Fry?
Yes, I would also like to make a comment. Number one, the person that said the a-hole word was not my Uncle Wayne, so I don't want him to be accused of that. Thank you very much. Number two, I support what my Uncle Wayne had said about letting people into the stadium and also the gymnasium. I believe it's big enough. We should let, especially the seniors, we should let the parents see their son and daughters, 2 tickets. I think that should be allowed, being that this is going to be their last year. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haight?
I just want to pretty much echo everyone else's sentiments, the parents that are calling up about this subject, especially as we're going to go into the winter sports. My son plays boys basketball. We're going to run into the same issue as volleyball, where it's pathetic that the subs have to sit in the hallway. It's absolutely ridiculous when you can have at least two kids or two parents per player that are in that gym. There's absolutely enough room, and to have 25 people, this is just going to carry into the winter months, and who knows what we're going to even have, for wrestling, let alone, who knows what Governor Wolf's going to mandate with that. But then you also run into an issue with kids getting injured, and in the Let Us Play group on Facebook, there's a lot of parents that have said, well, we sign all the paperwork that says that the trainer or the coaches can act on our behalf if we're not there. But there have been instances where players have gotten injured on the field and the ambulance would refuse to take that player to the hospital without a parent's permission. So then you can also run into litigation that way where, let's say there's a life-threatening emergency and there's no parents there because they're not allowed to be there. So we definitely need to have parents there for every level of every game, for every sport that we play. That's it.
Let's let Tanya speak, but I'd like to make a motion that Kyle Spots be given the authority to allow all the participants that wish to participate in our school sporting events to be allowed to do that at our district level until such time that the state mandates that to end. Thank you. Can I get a second on that motion? But I would like to hear Kyle and I guess Tanya didn't pipe in. Maybe she was waiting for my motion.
Mr. Spots? Mr. Spots?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would love to have that ability, but I'm requesting my name be removed from that motion. I don't want to be ultimately responsible for something, but I would love to have the authority, but I'm respectfully asking for my name to be removed from that motion, and let just School Board of Lehighton give me the authority is fine.
But reality, Kyle, is you have that responsibility. It is your job, and we support you. So therefore, as a good employee, you should take the responsibility, and it is your responsibility. But I understand what you're getting at.
I appreciate the responsibility you've given to me, but with the talk of litigation and everything mentioned tonight, I have to, respectfully request that my name please be removed from that motion. Thank you.
So requested, so admitted, but that won't stop anything, just so you know. You can talk to Filer on that one. They'll sue everybody and everybody. But I'll take his advice and just write the athletic director. And can I get a second on that motion, please?
I'll second that. This is Rusty.
Could you please repeat the motion, Mr. Bradley?
I move that the school board of the Lehighton Area School District provide the authority to Kyle Spots to allow as many, if not all, participants to watch sporting events as they see fit.
Does participants just apply to players, or is that supposed to be in reference also to spectators?
Spectators are like the sixth player on the field, right?
Mr. Spots, do you have a comment regarding that?
Yes, I was just going to clarify what participants meant, because we are factoring our participants into the account and just looking for clarification on that motion.
All members of the community.
Because we do have a volleyball game tomorrow, so if something passes tonight, I would like clarification on how to implement that effective immediately, so we could assure something as soon as tomorrow, possibly. Thank you.
So to be clear, I'm assuming, or I'm going to state, I won't even assume, I'll just state that participants means anyone who wants to participate in this public event. So it's fans, it's parents, it's whoever wants to show up, and whatever they need to do to protect themselves, they can so choose. They're adults. I trust the community to make a good decision, socially distance themselves, wear masks, and don't show up if they have symptoms. And we have to respectfully allow them to do it. I'm hoping you, as athletic director, recognizes that having someone stand there with a thermometer would be a value. Having someone suggest masks would be a value, whether it's you or a delegate of yours. And having signs that say, hey, we're letting you in here, but let's be kind to each other and socially distance and do your thing, and they're fine. And if a family wants to sit together in their little cuddle of 5 that they do every night when they're at home anyway, they should do that. I don't see a problem with any of those opportunities for these participants in these activities that are part of this local government. Thank you.
Who will be responsible for temperature screenings?
In my opinion, Kyle will work that out.
Are these paid positions? And are they
in my
medical
opinion,
staff?
Kyle will work that out. I would hope and trust that we would have somebody solving the problem without spending that kind of money, since we can't even afford busing in this community, which is just a disgrace. And that this budget was done so poorly. So if you want to run down that path, I will with you, Mr. Cleaver. But let's make sure we understand we're given a great opportunity here. We should do that.
Just to be clear, Mr. Bradley is advocating the authority of the board to a subordinate administrator, correct?
Correct. Our athletic director. So it should go to Cleaver, and then from Cleaver it goes to the athletic director through protocol.
I just want that in the minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what you're basically doing. You're trying to make sure that you two people do your best to recognize that those community members have a responsibility to protect themselves and their students and their children and the seniors, and deciding for themselves how they want to participate in these and be participants of these events that this government agency is hosting.
Again, there is no clear guidance on what our expectations are as administrators. There, again, the comments of Mr. Bradley in the past, not trusting us or not trusting me, and now advocating this authority to me in a situation like this, I believe should not be handled this way. If you have a directive and the board is in agreement of that directive, we need clear guidance so it cannot come back to myself or any other administrator that something was handled incorrectly.
I love that you finally understand how this is supposed to work. Woohoo! All right. And basically, let's put it together then, folks. Melissa, I'm ad-libbing here, so help me out a little bit for taking down this motion. I move that the Lehighton Area School District government, in lieu of directive from the state of Pennsylvania, allow any individual into a sporting event that is not symptomatic. That's it. Done. They'll figure it out for themselves on the rest of it. And then I'm going to make the
statement. Now you're asking us as administrators to declare what symptoms are.
That's their responsibility. You know how that is. So that's their responsibility. Now, next, I think that the administration should have someone there, much like, I don't know, Country Junction, where they have someone there with a scanner that says, welcome aboard, you scanned. Because you don't want people self-certifying like you do with the teachers and you do with the kids before they show up at school. You trust them for that. We should have a little bit more understanding, because it is the coal region and it is football, that we want to make sure we protect each other, and you should have someone scanning. I think anybody on the athletic club will find somebody just to make sure these things are open. I'm sure we'll work together as a community, work together as a team. All you need to do is open the door and allow people to be people. Thank you. And you have your authority from the board to open the door and allow
Yeah.
people to be people. You do not need to enforce any of it other than opening the door and letting people be people.
We'll have
Thank
to
you.
employ somebody to clean the bathrooms constantly.
Ms. Salerno? Ms. Salerno?
Hey, if you need somebody to be at the volleyball game tomorrow, check people's temperatures, I will be more than happy to volunteer my time up until 6:45 to do it.
Thank you.
See how easy this is? Let the people have a voice.
This is Nathan. Well, I'm completely in support of allowing people to attend the games and watch them. I don't feel comfortable with just completely opening the doors and allowing in as many people as want to come. I just don't, I can't see a situation where in hindsight that wouldn't be later viewed as irresponsible. I'd like to make a similar motion that at all sporting events, two tickets be issued to each player or participant to make sure that covers the band, cheerleaders, and anyone else who might be involved, as long as 6 foot social distancing can be maintained.
And I would agree to that.
Can families sit together and have more tickets? If there's 5 people in a family, can they just show up and cuddle in their spot so they can all watch their family, or only 2 people can go? And if so, think about the kids that are, get a babysitter. I mean, now you're not going to keep your kids and family together to protect them? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm under the firm belief that we're in America. People should make their own decisions, and the government should get out of the way.
I think this is a good place to start. If we feel like at some sports and some facilities, there are room for a greater number of people, I'd be comfortable with that. But even then, I feel it should be issued on a number of tickets per student so that we can have a good handle on how many are in there and maintain 6 feet social distancing, at least between family units.
So if someone walks in the door, you're going to arrest them? You're taking authority that you don't have. Are you going to block them somehow? Are you going to get in a fight over it? Are you going to, I mean, come on.
Already can't walk into a game without a ticket.
So someone's going to be enforcing the ticket rule, right? Someone's going to stand at that door.
Mr. Stern, we have
Just it should be open. There shouldn't even be a pay. They own the stadium. They own the schools. It should be free. They should be pay.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
My name's Thomas Cunningham, and before Mr. Bradley jumps down my throat, I am not a resident of Lehighton. I am, though, a very, very, very damn proud member of the class of 1973. 2020 would have been my 48th year of purchasing tickets for football. I'm talking reserve seats, many years of which I've purchased at least 3, if not 4, for myself. I am very highly insulted to my core. And Wayne, this goes to you too. I've known you for more years than I want to count. We at Lehighton has the most dedicated fans in the world. What bothers me more than anything is that, according to the paper, the entire Schuylkill League is not allowing visitors, which I understand and I can handle. But the sheer fact that Lehighton is allowing visitors, but someone like me who supported the teams for my entire life and given heaven knows how much money. I hear about the parents. The parents surely heck know where to come when they need something. I am just, something has to be done. It's not fair. I agree, yes, to parents, but it's also not fair for the people that have supported that district for decades, and I mean decades. I can honestly tell you that the 2 seasons that our illustrious field hockey teams went to the state and were the state finalists, winning, and the second year coming runner-up. I'd like to know how many people can stand up and say they saw every one of the field hockey games of those 2 years. I can say I have. And now all I can do is stand outside the fence and look in, which means I can't even use the bathroom facilities. Do you know what that does to me? It's horrible. And I know damn well it's affected a lot of other people. I'm done with Lehighton because dedication, evidently, to you people means nothing. Thank you.
Mr. Cunningham, since you mentioned me, I'm in support of you. You should be able to go into that stadium. Anybody should. There should be a number of tickets. It's open. You own that stadium as a stakeholder. You own it as a human being within the country of the United States of America. Taxpayers bought that stadium. It is yours. You should have access to it. You should be able to use the bathrooms. They should be clean. And you should be an adult that can decide what risk you want to take and not take, from walking across the street to get to the stadium to being in the stadium. Thank you. And also, you don't know me very well. I want everyone to speak, whether they live here or not. I'm a firm believer in the Sunshine Act.
Mr. Shaner? Hello, Mr. Shaner. Brian?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yes. I appreciate everybody wanting to kind of rush and come up with a decision tonight, but I think it's a pretty important one. And rather than have people just throw out motions that they're just coming up with now, I think maybe somebody should put together a plan and present it to the board, whether you have to have a special board meeting or not. Thank you.
No other comments.
I respect that, Comedian, and I withdraw my motion. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay.
Read their motion, please. It's been some time since.
Okay, so Mr. Bradley he withdrew his motion, and that was with Mr. Belt. And then Mr. Fuller made a motion and seconded by Mrs. Spinelli to issue 2 tickets to each player / or participant as long as there's 6 feet distance maintained.
But that motion restricts all the Thomas Cunninghams of the world that paid for that stadium
there,
and paid for all that stuff.
Was it 6? Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear that, Mr. Bradley. That motion was 6 feet of social distancing, Missy? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yes. Unless that's, I mean, Mr. Fuller and Mrs. Spinelli can tell me differently.
So there's no mask requirement with that motion, correct?
I would be okay with a mask requirement.
I'd add that also. And I'm opinion, as long as the facility will support the ability to social distance to 6 feet.
I think, this is Rusty speaking, I think Nathan had said distance between family units as well, so families could sit together, so.
Yes, I think that's wise.
But if they only get 2 tickets per player, it's only going to be 2 family members, right?
Well, at least mom and dad could sit together then.
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot of cousins around here.
The entire family should be able to attend. It shouldn't be 2 tickets. It should be the entire family should be able to attend. And I agree that you should work all this out in a special meeting. It's 10 o'clock. You're hiring your attorney, and you have to still go through. Well, actually, we can skip all these PSBA things. That's just a private corporation. My bad. Go ahead. Move on.
As everything else, I'm sure this is a situation that will continue to evolve. This, in my mind, is a way to allow spectators to begin attending the games. If there is a way that we can do more people and do it in a way that is safe, I'll completely support that when that time comes.
And I will also.
Can I say one more thing? This is Steve. We got state reps and senators why aren't we calling them and letting them know how our feelings are? Not only in Lehighton, all over this league, all over this state, and bypass our governor. Why aren't the people jumping up and saying, hey, Mr. Whoever or Miss Whoever as our state rep and our senators, why aren't we calling them and saying, you need my vote? So think about us when it comes to elections also. Thank you.
Well, Steve, you're the elected official in this government. You
I
do
don't
know that,
need
right?
you.
You do know that,
I
right?
don't
You're
need
the
you,
elected
Mr.
official.
Bradley.
The people are coming to you to make that decision. That's exactly what's happening. But you are the elected official in this scenario, Steve. It's you. Do you know that? Steve? Steve, do you know that? You're the elected official?
Mr. Stern, we have some additional comments being requested. Ms. Bose?
I just wanted to reply to Steve. The whole reason that there was a bill sent to the governor was because people were calling their representatives, et cetera, in the legislature, and they wanted this done. My understanding of the original passage of that bill was that it passed in the legislature with more than enough votes to override the governor's veto. I would like to see at least family members or parents, or at least one parent, be able to attend games for the reasons given. But if you wait a couple days, you may be able to open it up to everyone as long as they can socially distance. There will be a cap, but we have a huge gymnasium and a huge stadium. Certainly a lot more people can attend once they override the governor's veto. And I'm not a big, huge fan of sports, especially when the safety of all the kids are not put over sports. But I pray to God that they override that veto, because it's just not right what the governor did. If we can have 1,000 kids or 700 kids in a school building with social distancing, why can't parents, etc., attend sporting events with the same parameters? That's it.
Mr. Shaner?
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Fuller, when does your plan start? Does it start tomorrow with volleyball?
I would say as soon as this vote's finished.
And then the students can also come in and be in the gymnasium as well. They don't have to sit out in the hall.
The other players on the team, absolutely.
Yeah. So the 20. Okay. So you're going against the 25. Have you consulted with your health and safety committee that helped you craft all these plans on this recommendation at all? I believe you partnered with LVHN and St. Luke's.
You know they didn't, but I love that you're asking.
Well, I think it's important that if they're involved in the overall health and safety plan of the school, this seems like it would fit in with that, and they should be consulted.
I suppose we could do that, but to me, the biggest priority at this point is to at least get the other players in the gym. We have plenty of other places and events and facilities as large as this in our community where there are more than 25 people. I feel confident it can be done safely in this setting.
Fair enough. All I'm asking you to do is consult with the professionals.
We can certainly do that.
Okay, Mr. Stern, no other comments?
Okay, we'll have a recap of the motion before we call a roll call vote, please.
Sure. So it's by Mr. Fuller, seconded by Mrs. Spinelli, to have 2 tickets issued to each player or participant as long as 6 feet distance maintained with a mask requirement and distance between family members. So family members can be sitting together. Okay, roll call. Ms. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes, and I'd like to see how this works out. So people like Tom Cunningham and a couple other Toms and people that I know have been there forever and ever can also attend these. So we have a home game Friday night, first home football game. Let's see how things work out there. I know it's a lot on Kyle, but he can do it. But let's see how things go, and then maybe we can add these other people that have been loyal to our stadium or to our students in our school. Thank you.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Abstain.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
I also abstain. We should be going to these meetings with information, and we missed all those committee meetings, all this opportunity. It's like a late minute thing. We should definitely look at that.
Okay. Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
No.
Mr. Larry Stern?
No.
Okay. So I have 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions, so motion carries.
Oh my God.
I make a motion that we skip past all the PSBA and go right to public comment.
Mr. Bradley, we
on the
have 2
agenda.
other addendums that'll be under new business.
Hold on a second. No, I said I'd like to make a motion to skip all the PSBA motions because it's a private corporation. This government does not need to be involved in it. Just skip it. It's a coronation of a corporation that extracts tax dollars from this community, and it's a joke. And we've known it for years. Just skip them all. Let's move right to public comment or new business, whichever's next on the agenda, and get rid of this PSBA.
Mr. Bradley has suggested striking all of the PSBA elections, or should we say tabling? I guess striking.
I'm saying strike them. We don't even need to be involved in these. If I get a second, we can get rid of all of them and we can get out.
I'm not talking to you, Mr. Bradley.
Oh, I thought you were. My apologies.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not. That be stricken from the agenda and not be placed on the agenda in the future. So it's not tabled. So for this time, we're not going to bring it back to this year.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Well, Mr. Bradley made the motion to skip it. You're asking to strike it.
Strike, skip. I'll take that verb.
Are you okay with strike, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, remove them. They don't belong on our
Okay,
agenda.
so strike them from the agenda by Mr. Bradley and Mr. Stern.
Joy seconded it.
Joy, you want to give it to Ms. Beers? Okay, got it. Okay. Just need.
Any discussion on that from the board?
I understand Mr. Bradley's feeling that this indeed is a coronation. However, I disagree with the fact that they're taking money from us and it's a joke. These are the people who have tons of attorneys and everything who give us our policy vetting, who give us our information on everything. And yes, I don't know these people, but we as a member and someone who pays are abdicating our right to vote if we just pass it. So I understand there are no choices, but these people have been elected through other means, and I think we should at least give them the courtesy of the vote. We can take it as a consent agenda, whatever you want, but I don't think we should just skip it.
I'll comment on that. Thank you, Rita. Can't wait to clip that one out. But at the same time, no, strike the whole thing. This is a private corporation. Doesn't need to be involved at all. They have no input. We're a member of this organization. We spend tens of thousands of dollars with them, and they don't do a job.
Why don't we just take it as a consent item and do the whole thing? Yes to it all. I don't remember seeing more than one candidate for whatever offices are being offered. It's the nominating committee, I guess, that put this forth at PSBA. So just say yes to all of them.
Well, there's one item that would need actually a vote because there's two or so, maybe two or three items, two of items that probably need a vote because there are more than one candidate. So nominations and such. So.
But again, this is a private corporation. We're a government agency. We shouldn't be involved in who they put on their board to be lobbyists. All right. I mean, this is a lobbyist organization that we pay money to as a government. Like Rita said, that's writing some policy and vetting them when we have the responsibility to make sure that our policies are in accordance with the law, that we have a responsibility. They don't save us any money. All they do is give Rita a better rubber stamp. And like I said, we love her last comment. I can't wait to clip that one.
Mr. Bradley, will you just stop the insults?
It's not insulting. It's insulting that you're actually having a board meeting talking about a private corporation's president. I mean, come on. I heard McDonald's is going to put their president up here next, and they're going to get your input to opine on it.
You're just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Or any other public comment, Mr. Cleaver?
Not at this time, Mr. Stern.
Then a roll call.
Roll call to strike the PSBA vote. Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No, he's not taking my right away to vote.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Most definitely.
Mr. Nathan Fowler?
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
Okay, 5 yes, 4 no. We'll strike all of them.
On to addendum number 1. Need a motion and a second to approve the following extracurricular hires for the 2021 school year per the CBA agreement. All are current employees. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Nathan?
Second, Wayne.
I have a motion by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comment on these extracurricular hires for the 2021 school year?
Why did this just get to us today? Or Thursday?
Got to us today, Mr. Bradley, because of the fact that we realize now that these clubs can be held and they do need leadership from a staff perspective in these organizations. Staff had been focusing on getting the school year off the ground, and now that it's off the ground and moving forward, we can fulfill at least these particular 10 or so extracurricular activities.
Again, this should not be presented to a board hours before it needs to be done without being reviewed or vetted. These are hires, these are people, these are things. It's wrong. Just on general principle, it's wrong. And secondly, it's my prediction that this school, I bet they'll have some excuse by about Thanksgiving, and we'll be back all in our homes doing homeschooling. You watch.
Thank you. Any other comment on this addendum? Ms. Wagner, for further comment, roll call, please.
Sure. Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstain, lack of information.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to addendum number 2. I need a motion and a second to approve an interim agreement with the PA Association of School Business Officials at a cost of $62.50 per hour, not to exceed 20 hours per week. The interim business administrator will also be reimbursed for mileage at the current federal rate and tolls. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland. Any comments on item A?
I think we should limit the mileage expense to 50 miles per day, per occurrence, per whatever. You don't want to have a situation where a contracted employee is coming from, let's say, I was at my mom's in Pittsburgh and it's time to drive home and get compensated because tomorrow I got to be somewhere else. You should have a limit on that, number one. Number two, PASBO should not be picking this person. We knew this person for a while. We should elevate from within our corporation, find someone that has those skills and capabilities, and have them be the interim until we hire one respectively, because we have a great team of people within our school. This is basically school districts are a little more than individual franchises like a McDonald's, and they should be able to meet these requirements. They're all documented. It's a pretty straightforward responsibility, and I believe we have people within our midst that probably can meet that requirement. Thank you.
Any other comments on the addendum? Roll call, Mr. Wagner.
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers,
No?
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
Absolutely not.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Well, I understand we're not in the best ideal conditions, but we need someone in to help our business office. Yes.
Okay, so it's 5-4, motion carried.
We received no director's concerns prior to the meeting. Is there any-
Larry, can I ask a question, please?
Who's speaking?
This is Gail. I'm still wondering whether we're going to get the library donation for $20,000.
At this point, I don't think you're going to get the library donation for $20,000. It is not on the agenda. At this point, I believe we are really watching every expenditure, and I do realize that the library counts on that $20,000, but I know our district is going to be counting on that $20,000 to fulfill gaps as well. So as the finances progress of the year and we find that maybe we can donate some amount, I'm sure we will try to do that. But at this point, I don't think we are in the position that we can donate funds outside of our district.
I make a motion, hold on, I make a motion that we donate the $20,000 that we allocated within the budget to the library. Can I get a second on that motion, please? So we can have a discussion on it? How about you, Gail? Do you want to second that one? Thank you.
It was already in the budget. Am I right?
Yes,
While it is
yes,
in the
you're
budget,
correct.
there are
It was
many
within the
other things
budget.
that have occurred, especially from a perspective of school, cyber school, lava costs, swivel costs, and those types of things that are needed to keep our operations moving forward.
You funded sports, we should fund the intellectuals. Let's fund the library, number one. Both are important. Secondly, it's in the budget. You already passed the budget. You signed the budget. The 5 passed the budget. They cut out transportation. Horrible plan there. No understanding. You raised the money for the staff and benefits. We don't have a 30%. I don't know where he's coming up with that. It's closer to 80% of salaries to total cost. And all we have to do is make the benefits commensurate. We'll save millions of dollars within our district. And I think you guys are grandstanding, knowing that the negotiations are going poorly because this board abdicated those responsibilities to the administration and is not properly overseeing them. And before we get further along, you guys have a responsibility. You're the elected official. You don't get to abdicate this authority, Rita. You don't get to abdicate this authority, Steve. And you should make a commitment to the community. That's my opinion.
Ms. Bose?
Thank you. I was going to ask if I was still unmuted. It is a line item in the budget. And since it was put in the budget, I think it should be done. There was no transportation in the budget, but we're offering transportation to some. There was a motion for $800,000. I'm sure everyone thought that was to transport kids to and from school. I don't think, my question would be to anyone on the board, did you know that that was going to fund buses for sports instead of parents driving their kids? But it's a line item in the budget. It was budgeted for. It should be delivered. I know it's not sports, but it does help the community.
And to answer your question, no, this board's been hoodwinked more than once by the administration. This is a political pawn, and they're just pretending to grow.
This money helps seniors, it helps children, it helps the whole entire community, it helps the homeless, it helps the unemployed. I can't believe you're going to say you're not going to give the $20,000 to the library and donate it because it's already been in the budget.
And I did.
You know, you put me on the library board.
$2 a month. It's about $2 a month per employee, and there are contracts coming up, and I don't think there's a single employee that would not say, let's have a $2 concession to make sure that certain things get done, including busing and this library. Thank you.
You appointed me, you put me on this library, so I'm just advocating for the library. I just think, you know, it's something I've been taking my children to since they were in diapers, and now they're in their 40s. So, you know, it's an important thing to the community. And it's in the budget.
Any further comment? We have a motion and a second.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Stern, 1 second. Ms. Bowman?
Yes, thank you. And
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Favor. I know we have been giving the donation of $20,000 to the library for many years. Their budgets are tight also, and I would support, if it's already been placed in the budget, to give that donation back to the library because it helps the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Yep.
Autumn? Autumn?
Yes, I'm here.
Autumn, I apologize. We were trying earlier and it wouldn't, I don't know why it wouldn't let you speak earlier, so I apologize.
No, I know, I apologize. I actually was in another meeting at the time and I was trying to turn the volume down a little and I think I accidentally hit the button. So that was my fault. As far as the library contribution, I just wanted to point out, you know, that everybody keeps saying the word donation, and I really hate that word because it's you're not just giving the money away and it's going away forever. This is a contribution to the community as well as the students that are attending the Lehighton School District. When our students are going to school and they're being put in front of computer screens and iPads and everything else, and books are really, you know, not in front of them. They're looking at their books on a screen instead. The library will still be able to put a book in a child's hands. They will give those children the opportunity to turn the pages and look at a book and read it. And I think that's really like a traditional value that, you know, our children are losing within the school district. So I just think that that's something that we need to consider when we're making a decision to give this contribution. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Autumn.
No other comments, Mr. Stern, at this time?
Okay, there's a motion and a second to fulfill the donation or cooperation or whatever we want to call it with the library. Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, we should give them the money.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carries.
Is there any courtesy of the floor? I think there was one courtesy of the floor that was registered earlier. I don't know if anybody submitted any to speak at the end of the meeting, Mrs. Wagner.
Ms. Bose and Mr. Bradley both asked to speak at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Ms. Bose?
Okay, I have a couple comments. I'm going to need to pull up my screen. It says here on the FID application, Dave read part of it, but it says, please submit the application with all necessary attachments before September 1st, 2020, and submit the draft meeting minutes signed and dated by the appropriate board members as soon as they are available. So to me, that means that the application and everything that was on the lesson plan, the template, should have been submitted by September 1st, because it says with all attachments. Yet we only saw the template, and that's why I questioned that, because it seemed to me it should have been filled out and submitted. Apparently that was not done. Mr. Fowler spoke on the RTK appeals. A lot of those appeals, is my understanding, were related to not knowing that the right to know office was closed. Once it seemed that the administration building was open again, and of course, when it was not open, everyone was patient and didn't bother to file appeals. My appeal was filed because I did not know on what days and for how many hours the right to know office was open. So in the future, if that should happen, having the days it's open on the website so that you could count 5 business days for the right to know office would be helpful. I really think a lot of this was done simply because of COVID and not knowing when it was available and when it was not. Mr. Filer also stated that if Mr. Bradley would tell him what he wanted, he would get it for him. There's no reason why Mr. Filer should have to do that. As far as the budget numbers, I have not looked it over carefully, but the budget was passed on June 29th. Why weren't the numbers plugged into at this point? It was passed. They should have been in there and they should show up on the budget reports. And again, I will state, what a shame that first and second and third graders are walking in Lehighton Borough, which may or may not be safe. At least the weather's been decent, but we are providing transportation to and from sporting games. And on the one addendum, you weren't offering those clubs prior to, now you can. Were they even included in the budgeted number for extracurriculars? And that's the end of my comment. This has got to stop. You still have to be clear. You have to inform the community on what is being done, when it's being done. Be open and honest. Enough already. Thank you.
Mr. Shaner? Mr. Shaner?
Yes, thank you. This question is actually for Mr. Filer. If you don't mind, sir, I would like your professional legal opinion as to what do you feel are the legal ramifications, if any, for the district now that the board is on record saying they will go against the governor's order or mandate or recommendation on the number of people allowed at events without consulting medical professionals.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
I think the board should ask them to do that. If our stakeholders want the information, we should provide it to them. Do we need a board motion, or Larry, you just want to ask them so that we can all learn?
I explained all of that when it was before the board. Now, I'm not going to go on record saying, yes, everybody please sue the school district.
Mr. Terry Scott? Terry Scott? Terry Scott?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to know, out of the Georgia's transportation, how much is going to transport the kids and how much of it is going to transport sports?
It would depend on the amount of activities that the sports hold. So if there is, events that are canceled, it will be, more or less, but the budgeted approval item was $800,000 for transportation.
And you have no idea out of that, how much of that is to transport the kids to school?
It's based upon the amount of runs. So every month it does change.
I just can't believe that you are letting kids walk. Little kids walk to school. Wayne always claims it's about the kids. How does he feel about letting these little kids walk to school? Can you answer that, Wayne? I guess not. That's all.
Carol? Carol Lilly? All right, Mr. Stern, I believe that is all we have.
Actually, I had one too, if you remember, Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver, if you recognize that Melissa has one for
Bowman?
me too.
There was another. Ms. Bowman?
Yes, thank you. I just want to take a minute to wish Missy well. Missy and I worked together for many years, and she was right on target. She's an excellent secretary, and she knows the district, and she will be missed sorely. And I do wish her well, and it's going to be hard to find a replacement, but I'm sure people will look very hard. And I want to congratulate all the retirees. They're wonderful people, and they've done service to Lehighton very well. and I wish them well in their retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments at this time. Mr. Bradley?
Yeah, thank you. I am one of the stakeholders at this point. Take off my hat, but I like to go on the record that we ask our solicitor to go on the record for the liability risks when it is a known fact that bus transportation is 70 times greater. And in the event that something happens to one of these kids on their way to school, where we are legally responsible for their safety from when they leave their property at the end
That's
of
not
their
true.
walk till they get to our school, we have a responsibility for their safety. So I'd like to find that out. I think that this district is still exhibiting a gross mismanagement, obstruction, and total lack of accountability. And it's becoming more and more evident. As we mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, this was just obvious today. And the board has a contract to negotiate. It has chosen to turn that blind eye and give the administration their blind trust. This is wrong on so many levels still. The lack of oversight from Larry, Rita, Nathan, Steve, and Wayne will probably result in massive problems financially for this district, especially with this upcoming contract. As far as the right to know requests, if they were provided prior to even asking, because these board members need this information, that's fine. I actually had the superintendent create a right to know request on my behalf because I asked him for some solicitor invoices. I think that's appalling. I think it's just churning the machine, and this district's just wasting money on this solicitor. And I think he's letting you do it. He keeps saying that he wants people to get the information, and then he keeps hiding behind the idea that he doesn't understand what an invoice is or a bill or any financial document.
No, Mr. Bradley, again, you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay,
I
that's
specifically
fine.
ask you what
Sometimes you need
documents
to.
you're looking for. You never give us a list.
It's right underneath the section 518. If you can't read
You
that,
never identify. You never ask
for it, Mr. Filer.
the bill or invoice or contract for PPNL.
Oh.
You just say invoice contract. You don't provide any
we should have access
background
to all, we should
information
have
to
access
get
all
you
of
the
it.
documents.
We should have access to all of it. We'll see what the right to know. We'll see what the Office of Open Records decides. But at the same time, can you please go on the record about the liability of risk related to the school busing of 70 times safer, and yet this board chose to give raises and benefit increases and not bust these young kids through this community, and winter is coming. We're responsible
Mr. Bradley,
for these kids.
it's not a known fact. You keep saying it's a known fact. You've never provided the documentation that shows it's 70 times safer.
Yes, I have. Actually given it to the board, given it to you.
You've not given it to me. That's a lie.
Well, you want to call a lie, I'll give you the copy of the email. 70 times safer, given to the board. You're part of the board. It's part of the board documents. It comes from the national.
It's not a board document. You get information from outside sources. You never cite it, and then you expect us to know it.
Yeah, it's a shame, but the reality is.
The reality is you're 0-9 against
hold on.
appeals this month.
Right. Well, actually, we'll do a YouTube on that one, but we're actually winning because we're showing that you guys don't have this information. So school bus safety.
If we don't have the information, we don't have to provide it.
I know, it's great, right? So national highway.
That's not the Lehighton Area School
Safety,
District, sir.
National highway safety, transportation
Lehighton
administration.
Area School District.
I understand that, sir, but bus safety fact, 70 times safer when you bus students to school. It's a known fact. The School Bus Association, call them up. This is national information. We're the only district in the entire state that defunded transportation. It's horrible that what this district did to these kids. And the
Mr.
fact
Bradley,
you're
so
defending-
the school bus is not a lobbyist. They're the ones putting out the information, and you think they have no skin in the game.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Once again, your lack of understanding makes me just more clips, right? National highway traffic.
Okay, we've heard this
Safety
before. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
National highway traffic.
I make the
Safety
motion.
Association.
A motion by Steve,
I'll second.
And a second by Rita for adjourn. Anybody want to argue with adjournment? Roll call vote to adjourn.
Okay, sure. Mr. David Bradley?
Sure. I'll be silenced by these knuckleheads.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Ms. Rita Spinelli? Mrs. Rita Spinelli? Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers? Must be absent, right? Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes. Thanks, Missy.
Thank you. I won't miss this. Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
I'll miss the people. Thank you. Motion adjourned, 7, 2 absent.